Welcome back, everyone, to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Happy Monday, Blue Gold game. Technically, it's game week, Brian. The Blue Gold game is on Saturday. It's been a while since we've been able to say that. It feels good. Feels good to finally get that out there in the open. We have another full, loaded week of content coming your guys' way, but you know how we like to get things kicked off here. We have the buy, sell, hold, which is something that we like to do for our premium message board subscribers. It's a thread that goes up on the message board that basically you guys submit scenarios, questions. Basically, you pose a topic, and then after some discussion, Brian and I decide whether we'll buy it, we sell it, or we hold it. The goal is to not really hold anything, but it happens from time to time, sometimes a little bit more than what we like to admit. But this is going to be a fun one. Now, this isn't like a Friday free.
What's this wee stuff about holds? What's this wee stuff?
Hey, you hold too, man. That's not just on this side of the screen, brother. No, you do. You do.
The percentages. Let's see the percentages of who holds.
That's fine. As long as yours isn't zero, I am not incorrect.
I didn't. Well played. Well played. This is also going to be our last buy sell hold for at least a couple weeks too, by the way, because next week we're going to get into some post-spring breakdowns that we're going to kind of do every day. So enjoy this one. We're going to take a little bit, maybe like a 2 to 3 week break from buy, sell, hold. So you guys will kind of miss them a little bit. We'll ramp those back up here as we get into May. But yes, Trevor, you may continue with the buy, sell, hold introduction because it's going to be a fun one today.
It is. Like every week, you guys brought it again. Looking forward to when we start this back up because this is one of my favorite segments that we do here at Irish Breakdown. It was one of my favorites as a listener. Now it's one of my favorites to do now here during sitting on this side of the screen. But this is not like a Friday free-for-all mailbag. It's not. If you guys just submit it in the chat, we won't be able to get to it. If you are a premium message board subscriber, you didn't get yours up in time, you can always put in a super chat. If you're not a premium message board subscriber, you guys have heard this spiel before, hop on over to the premium message boards, the boards at irishbreakdown.com. It's the best bang for your buck. It's the best way to stay in tune. A lot of good stuff.
Big intel piece on the board last night. People are talking about, did you see someone's update? I'm like, did you see the intel piece that I put up last night? So lots of good stuff. Notre Dame had a great recruiting weekend, and I have an intel piece up on it on the board. I have also tweeted it out, so you can click on it. If you're a member, you can click on it. But if you're not a member, keep telling y'all, it's a perfect time to sign up. Monthly membership, annual membership. Not ready to release it yet, but we're hoping that we're going to have something pretty cool, something pretty special in the preseason for our subscribers. But Trevin, Vince, and I, and of course, I need Angela's team to be part of it as well. We're all still working on it, but man, I'm excited about where things are trending, man. But I'm even more excited about today's buy sell hold, Trevor. It's going to be a lot of fun. It ended up having 50 cards today, so people brought it for sure, Trevor. Brought it for sure.
Well, it's going to be a fun show. Oh,
you ready to go today, man?
You're
always ready. I know it.
Come on, man.
We start every show. I'm like, all right, Trevor, you ready to go? And he's like, I'm always ready, man. And I say, I'm going to keep asking you that because the one day that I don't ask is the day Trev's like, dude, I wasn't ready yet. I haven't done this. I was like, so I always ask, but you know what? Trev is always ready. So without further ado, Mr. Trowbridge, let's get rocking and rolling with today's first buy sell hold from PJC 1122.
If Notre Dame signs its top 2 defensive ends and top 2 defensive tackles for the 2027 class, those players as a group have a higher ceiling than their 2026 counterparts.
I'm going to buy it because of the interior group. So, and who that 2 is just depends on who you talk to and what you may think it is. So, like if we look at the 2 ends, let's say Abraham Cisse, and I'll leave the second end. We'll leave that up for the imagination for now. But Abraham Cisse to me has every bit the upside that Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Tade had. Like every bit the upside. He's a 5-star upside guy. Then you go inside. Let's say the top 2 D tackles. It's 1 or 2 of Braden Parks, David Fuller-Runshu, and Marcus Fakatu. You get 2 of those 3 guys. Well, whoever you view as the top 2, that again, that's where some debate is. You get any of those 2. then you're looking at a situation where, Notre Dame is landing 2 impact guys. I mean, like big time players. And so I would certainly, as much as Elijah Golden is a guy that has 5-star upside. Tiki Hola I like a lot, but Tiki's more of a 4.5-star upside guy, like really good player, but not like if Tiki maxes out, is he a first-round draft pick? I don't know that he's that, Trev. I think he's a very good football player. But Elijah Golden and then, Falarunshu, Fakatu, and even to a degree Braden Parks are guys that I view as like if not 5-star upside, borderline 5-star upside. So based on comparing junior film, yes, I would say that I would buy the fact that this class could end up being even better than higher from a ceiling standpoint than last year's class. Got to figure out who that second D end is going to be, though. And that's going to be an interesting thing to watch develop over the next month or two.
I'm with you. I think the interior of that class separates it from the 2026 class, especially if you grant the premise that you could count the 2 DNs. Really, the 4 DNs between the last 2 classes is a wash. So I'm with you. I buy it, but it's close. From D-Troll Hunter.
We're having some the thing has been a little bit wonky. I wanted to add to this real quick, Trev. The key though is I do think you need to be able to get at least one of the top 2 at those 2 positions. If you get 2 of both, that's big time. That's elite. But to consider it stacking classes, you need at least one of each of your top end and your top D tackle. You have to start doing it where you're adding it. You don't have to do like 2 studs every year. Be nice. That's the goal. But you really got to get at least one every year. And I would argue that D end especially is important, that you got to get that second impact player, because I think you could put and say with Chris Burgess moving inside, within Armel Mukum and the old, they've done to me, there's more high upside D tackles on the roster right now than D ends beyond 2026. Cause I count, Boubacar won't be on the board, things like that. So you could make that case. That's why I think it's imperative that the 27 class get at least one of each, especially defensive end. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's important that we see something close to this, PJC. It certainly is. Now, there we go.
From D-Troll Hunter, Fernando Mendoza is the #1 overall prospect in this draft class.
According to some people, he is. I'm selling it for me. I think he'll be the #1 pick. I don't think there's any doubt about that. That's more of a positional value thing and a need for the Raiders type of thing. I think the #1 player in the draft is some sort of debate between Jeremiah Love, Arvell Reese, and Sonny Styles, in my opinion, as far as like the top prospect in the draft. I would go offensively, Jeremiah Love, defensively, Arvell Reese. It doesn't really matter. I mean, they're different sides of the ball. I wouldn't spend too much time debating, is it Love or is it Reese? Well, it depends on what your needs are. But if you're just talking about the 2 best football players, in my opinion, it's Jeremiah Love and Arvell Reese from a prospect standpoint. So those are the 2 guys that I'd put at the top of that. Fernando Mendoza is clearly the top quarterback. You're starting to get into it happens every year, Trev. The last 2 weeks before the draft is when just like everybody starts taking crazy pills. And I was listening to some analyst the other day, and I can't remember who it was, but it was somebody that's like somewhat respected, trying to convince people that the #1 versus #2 quarterback debate is a lot closer than people think. And I wanted to be like, you're absolutely on drugs. There's no way you believe that. There's no way that you believe that. And if you do believe that some reason Ty Simpson is close to Fernando Mendoza, you're either like not being honest with your listeners because you're just trying to get clicks before the draft because you're a draft analyst, and once the draft is over, you don't have anything to do for the next 6 months really that people are going to pay a lot of attention to. There's no way that a real draft analyst thinks that. I can't believe it. Cannot believe it. And I got to question someone's ability, like evaluation ability to that. Like, maybe it's just because they're so enamored with some of the throws he makes, or maybe they've seen so much of the other quarterbacks in this draft class. But I'm like, there's no flipping way. No flipping way that someone actually believes that. Unless you just don't think, if you're like, hey, listen, I don't actually think Ty Simpson's that good. I just don't think Fernando Mendoza that good either. That's fine. But like I saw something the other day, like, oh man, you got to get Ty Simpson to the Jets at 2. And I'm like, yeah, I could see the Jets doing that because it's the Jets. But it'll guarantee that the Jets are picking in the top 5 for the next 5-6 years if they go out and get Ty Simpson. So, no, I just don't see it. Like, to me, could Ty Simpson be a Brock Purdy type of player in the NFL? Absolutely. Like, I think he's capable of that, Trevor. Like, you put a system around, and I'd be curious to get your thoughts. You put like a Christian McCaffrey at running back and big-time receivers and the Kyle Shanahan offense with a future Hall of Famer at left tackle and things like that. You could win a lot of games with Ty Simpson. But what the Niners don't do is ask Brock Purdy to carry that team the way that the Bengals need Joe Burrow to carry that team, the way that, the Chiefs needed Pat Mahomes to carry that team. The Bills need Josh Allen to carry that team. The Chargers need Justin Herbert to carry that team, so forth and so on. That is not what he is, in my opinion. And you don't take a guy like that in the first round, in my view. It's much less the top 10.
No, it was almost kind of the perfect storm for Ty Simpson to kind of start working his way up draft boards. Cade Klubnik had an underwhelming season. Drew Aller got hurt. Strong case should have been made that he should have came out in the 2025 NFL draft. But no, Ty Simpson is a fine quarterback. I mean, he is much closer to a Brock Purdy than he is a Joe Burrow, a Lamar Jackson, or a Josh Allen. I mean, Brock Purdy's had a lot of success in the NFL. He's also had Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and a great offensive line and Kyle Shanahan and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. And, so the list goes on and on. So could Ty Simpson be a productive NFL player if he had that? Yeah. There's probably a lot of NFL quarterbacks that would be pretty successful if they also had that. So that's where I'm at with Ty Simpson. I think he's fine. He's just kind of the player that people are trying to latch on to. But for Fernando Mendoza, I sell he's the number 1 prospect. There's a difference between number 1 prospect and number 1 pick. I would argue Fernando Mendoza is closer to being outside of the top 5 in terms of prospects than he is closer to being number 1. That's how I view him.
Yeah, I just, it's why, Trev, it's insane to me that a league that had Pat Mahomes at number 10 overall, Deshaun Watson at 12 overall, Josh Allen at 7 overall, Lamar Jackson at 32 overall, a league that produced those guys in those spots can then come out and take a Ty Simpson in the top 5. Like, here's the thing. Jackson Dart goes at 25 last year, but you're going to try to convince me that Ty Simpson is a top 5 to 10 pick? You're out of your minds. Out of your absolute minds, in my opinion. I just and not to mention he's a 1-year starter. That rarely works out. So yeah. Somebody in the chat said that Chase Daniel, or maybe it's Dan Orlovsky's argument, is if he would have played all year like he did the last 5 games, or would have played in the first 8 games like he did the last 5 games, he'd be this or that or the other thing. And I'm like, okay, what in the last 5 games are we talking about? The game where he threw no touchdowns and 2 picks against Eastern Illinois for 142 yards. The game where he averaged 3.5 yards per attempt against Auburn, completed 54.3% of his passes for 122 yards. The game against Georgia where he completed 48.7% of his passes, 5.2 yards per attempt. The Oklahoma game where he was okay, 232 yards, 62% completion rate, or the playoff game against Indiana where he completed an impressive 75% of his passes for a whopping total of 67 yards, 4.2 yards per attempt. That's the guy that you're trying to sell us is a top 10 player. You know what I mean? Like, no. And you can give me all the yards BS you want. I don't want to hear it. Oh, he threw for X number of yards. I don't want to hear it. He played 15 games, right? So 12 regular season games, 3 in the playoffs, 15 games. Like, I don't want to hear it. Only 5 picks. Yeah, those 5 picks came against almost every good team that they played. He had 1 good, solid game against a good team. He piled up yards against Florida State, throwing 43 times. He averaged 7. Here's the thing. If you're going to throw yards at me, then you better tell me what his yards per attempt was, because 3,500 yards at 7.5 yards per attempt is a very mediocre season. Very mediocre season. And this is just not an offense that produces a lot of interceptions from anybody competent. It's just not the nature of the system that they play in. So I don't want to hear about yards when you throw the ball as many times as Alabama threw the ball last year. If you only throw, here's the thing, if you only throw for 3,500 yards and you threw the ball 473 times, that's not an impressive statistic to me at all. At all. I mean, think about it. Last year, Trev, CJ Carr last season as a first-year starter only threw for 2,741 yards. He only threw the ball 293 times. Like, just to give you an idea, talk about like high draft pick. If CJ Carr were to have thrown the ball as many times as Simpson and kept the same yards per attempt, he'd have thrown for over 4,400 yards. That's almost 900 more yards than what Ty Simpson threw. So I'm just not like those. I've always said those numbers are way more important to me than what your yards per attempt was. I mean, last year, Ty Simpson was tied with Cade Klubnik for yards per attempt last season. Here's who he was tied with. He was tied with Noah Fafita, Cade Klubnik, J.C. French, Devin Dampier, Gunnar Stockton, and Ethan Grunkmeyer, who was a true freshman. So, no, I'll pass on that action. But this is also why, Trev, you and I I am a lot higher on Alabama this year. And you're higher on the quarterback position. We can agree on that. Because I think Bama's going to be so much better, in my opinion, with either Austin Mack or especially if Keelan Russell can win that job. And he had a very good spring game performance from what I've read. If Keelan Russell wins that job, Bama's going to be so much better quarterback, especially by the end of the year when we get to November. I'm just not a big Ty Simpson fan at all.
I get it. Another one from Detroit Hunter. You would rather have to dance in front of an audience than sing.
Oh, Sel. I've actually sung in front of an audience before. Before I went through puberty, I was in a group called Kids from Bath. We went around Ohio and singing, and we actually performed in Washington, D.C. So I would, because here's the thing about singing, Trev. I could more easily do like fake funny singing to make people laugh, like where you sound bad, but that's actually normally sound bad. Then I could fake dance and make people laugh. I can't dance like at all. I could fake sing. You know what I mean? Like what I mean by fake sing is like, you're singing in a way to make people laugh and think you're not trying to be serious. I could do that. I could certainly do that. And no, it wasn't a boy band. It was a group of fourth graders, you weirdo. So no, it was not a boy band. So yeah, I will not be dancing. I'm not a dancer. Never have been. Can't dance.
Yeah, I'm the polar opposite. I'm dancing. I'm not singing. I can't sing. Not a chance. And I can't do the fake singing for funny. I can't do the good singing. I can't do it would just be bad. So definitely dance over sing for sure.
Yep.
Then Biso hold Marcel Reed.
Hold real quick. Wade Garrett, it would take a lot more than $2 to get me to dance, buddy. Way more than $2. Like you need to add a lot of zeros to the end of that thing if you're going to get me to dance. So yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear on that. Let's keep rolling, Trev. Way more than the $2. You're several zeros short.
Biso hold Marcel Reed does not finish the season as starting quarterback at A&M after they missed the playoffs.
Ooh. Trev, how are you taking this? Are you saying he won't start in the postseason game? Or is he saying like once they're kind of out of playoff contention, they make a move? How did you take this one?
I'm taking it. I think it has to be after playoff contention because if they don't make the playoffs, then he'll just sit for whatever bowl game they qualify for.
Okay.
Like that'd be an easy buy if that's what it was. Oh, he says
once they are out. Yep. Okay. Go ahead, Trev. I want to hear your thoughts on this one first.
Yeah, I'm selling it. I don't think Marcel Reed is going to get benched. I know that they have that redshirt freshman sitting behind him, but do I think Marcel Reed is a world beater at quarterback? I don't. I don't. I think we've seen basically the culmination of what I think Marcel Reed is what we saw in their win over Notre Dame. So he can pass for a bunch of yards against a bad defense that day, but he still only completed like 53% of his passes. That's who Marcel Reed is. There's a lot of moving parts right now with their offense. They have a new offensive coordinator. They're going to have like almost an entirely brand new offensive line. So could I see Marcel Reed being the scapegoat for those issues, potential issues? Maybe, but I don't see it. Marcel Reed was the guy that was trying to get pushed in 2024 when he was battling it out with Connor Wegman. His first full year as a starter, they made the playoffs. He would have to be like bad or hurt, in my opinion, for him not to be the starter. So that's where I'm at. So I'm going to sell it. I don't see them, and I have them making the playoffs right now. So
okay. So with the premise that they are knocked out of playoff contention, if I accept that premise, I'm absolutely buying this, Trev. To your point is you're rejecting the premise of the question because you have them in the playoffs. And if they're a playoff team, then he's going to stay the starter as long as he's healthy. And I agree completely with what you're saying. What I think could be true, because in your world, Trev, he's going to have to carry that offense for the reasons you mentioned. No Casey Concepcion, you're remaking your offensive line. Where's your defense going to be this year? Now that you lost some guys, like, are you going to be able to reload there? I think there's some question marks at Texas A&M. I think Mike Elko's done a really nice job of reloading through high school recruiting and through the portal, so they could still be good. They're one of my I'm not sure teams right now, Trev. But Marcel Reed is a guy that I think has some of that playmaking ability that they need, in my opinion. Now, here's where I'm at. If they are struggling a little bit, I could see Texas A&M kind of saying we are really in love with Brady Hart as a prospect, and we're going to turn it over to him. Because Marcel Reed has another season of eligibility left, and he doesn't strike me as I'm going early to the NFL guy, because I don't know that he's going to get a high draft grade in a year that's likely going to have Dante Moore, CJ Carr, Arch Manning, a lot of guys like that. So we'll see how that one kind of plays out. But like, it just depends on can he carry that offense. I'm concerned about them putting too much on Marcel. He was a bit of a turnover guy last year, Trev. I mean, he had 12 interceptions last year. And I worry a little bit about that if they ramp it up too much to say, hey, you've got to carry us. I mean, he had 8 picks in the final 6 games. That concerns me a little bit. He threw touchdowns in 8 of their 13 games last year. Like, okay, that concerns me a little bit. And so that's kind of, I'm a little torn on that one, to be honest with you, because if they are knocked out, I could see them saying, hey, we're ready to turn it over to the future at the position, which is likely Brady Hart. So I could see that. And I think it could go one way or the other, because I do think they're going to ask a lot of Marcel Reed this year. And I just don't know that he's capable of putting a team on his shoulders the way that CJ Carr should be able to, the way that maybe Dante can, the way that maybe an Arch Manning can, that type of thing. And so I'm a little concerned about that, but you're also early on with the O-line struggling, you're going to want that mobility in the pocket. You're going to want that escapability in the pocket. And that's what we're going to find out if he's capable of doing. But if Trev's right and A&M's a playoff team, he won't get benched unless he's hurt. If Detroit Hunter is correct and they're knocked out of the playoffs with what is I would argue a much tougher schedule in 2026 than they saw in 2025, just overall. Obviously, there's no Notre Dame early in the season, but they do have Arizona State. But then they're at LSU in September. They're at Missouri, at Alabama, at South Carolina, at Oklahoma. And then they've got home games this season against Tennessee and Texas in November. So let's say they lose to LSU. Let's say they lose at Alabama. And let's say either November 7th or November 14th, Trev, they get beat by South Carolina or Tennessee and they're out, and that's their third loss. Could they maybe turn the keys over to Brady Hart at that point in time? Sure. But do you really want Brady Hart's first 2 starts to be at Oklahoma and home against Texas? So you'd have to get knocked out a lot earlier than that, in my opinion. What I could see them doing is starting to work Brady Hart in. You know what it reminds me of? It just popped in my head. It reminds me a lot of the 2018 Clemson quarterback situation with Kelly Bryant and Trevor Lawrence. Where you knew that Trevor was the future, but Kelly had just led you to the playoffs. So you start working Trevor in early, and then he showed he was ready to take over, and that's when you kind of turned it over to him. I could see something like that perhaps this season as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Marcel Reed's a weird guy to talk about because he has all the physical tools to put the team on his back. I just don't know if he has the chops to do it.
It's like,
That's
which
what's
version
so
of him are you doing? Like, are you
yeah.
getting? You know?
Yeah, like to your point, his mobility. I mean, arm strength has not been a question of his. He doesn't have a bazooka for an arm, but it's not like he's not Tommy Reese. You know what I
He's not
mean?
like
So
he can make any of
yeah,
the throws they need in that offense.
it'll
Exactly.
it'll be interesting to see what they do. I just checked FanDuel's odds to see where they're at as far as playoff odds, and Texas A&M is like middle of the road. Their odds aren't as good as Ohio State's or Georgia's, but their odds are better than Alabama's, Ole Miss's, Oklahoma's, Michigan's, USC's. So they're like middle of the pack right now amongst some of the top teams in the conference. So, and a lot of it, to your point, will be on Reed's shoulders. I'll be very interested to see how he does this year. So more from D-Troll Hunter. Ohio State makes the playoffs but loses in round one.
I'm going to sell that. Here's why, Trev. I feel like if Ohio State's good enough against that schedule to make the playoffs, they're not getting beat in the first round. I look, last year's Ohio State team, I think they were victims of their own schedule in that they were never really challenged. I know they played Texas early, but that was not a very good version of Texas. Texas got a lot better later in the season. That offense especially was bad early. After that, there just was no one. Ohio State had flaws last year, Trev, and they had this weird thought that, hey, we can run our offense a certain way and be okay and turn it on in playoff time because they were able to do it against all these teams. And the reality is they weren't good enough to do that. Their issues were masked because of how much better they were than everybody else. I mean, if you look at the regular season, their two toughest games were what? At Washington and at Michigan. Those were not great teams. At Illinois, they were okay in that game. At Wisconsin, they were a team that after the Grambling State game where they scored 70 points against a bad FCS team, they only had, 3 games the rest of the year over 40 points last season, So, I mean, if you look at their scoring offense last year against FBS teams only, Ohio State only averaged 30.6 points per game. And that look what happened to them in the postseason. They scored 10 points against Indiana and 14 points against Miami. You know what I mean? Like, it got masked. That's why they got beaten round one. No one was able to force them to say, hey, man, you can't do this. And they were just able to chalk up the Indiana game to just like, that was a great game. Indiana's got a great defense, that kind of thing. If that game would have happened in September after struggling offensively with Texas, maybe Ohio State would have been like, look, we can't do this. We got to ramp things up a little bit. You know what I mean, Trev? So that kind of plays a little bit into my opinion. If for Ohio State to get into the playoffs this year, they're not going to be able to sleepwalk through the regular season the way they did last year. They're going to have some of their warts exposed the way that Notre Dame's warts got exposed last year in the first 2 games. And then Notre Dame had to spend the rest of the year kind of saying, okay, let's find answers to these warts that got exposed the first 2 games, which is why they were so good in November, because those warts got exposed. Ohio State in the first 5 games of the year, they have to play at Texas, at Iowa, home against Illinois. Then they play at Indiana and at USC in back-to-back games. Then they have a November game home against Oregon. Then they end the season with back-to-back road games against Nebraska, back-to-back games against Nebraska on the road and Michigan at home. Like, you're going to have to be the best version of yourself if you want to be in the playoffs. You can't sleepwalk through the season like they did last year. So if they are able to manage all that and be a playoff team, Trev, they're going to be battle-tested and ready to win at least one playoff game, at least. So that's why I'm going to sell that one. If I think it's either they don't make the playoffs or they get in and make a run. That's kind of how I see Ohio State's season. Like if they're able to find some answers on the edge and their linebackers are as good as they hope and the secondary is as good as you and I think it could be, and the offensive line, because I think the offensive line is either going to be an issue for them or it's going to be 2018 Clemson offensive line, where there's like no elite first round, Joe Alt, Ronnie Stanley type of player, but just as a unit, they just come together and they're really good. And then the talent takes over at the skill positions. They're either going to be one of those two things. If all that stuff gets answered positively, then Ohio State's going to be really good this year. And they're going to be one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the country, and they're not knocked out in round one. or they're going to those things don't get answered positively and they lose 3 games in the regular season. That's where I'm at. So if I'm going to accept your premise of your question that they make the playoff, they won't lose in round 1.
I'm with you. Look, I'm selling this one as well, but I'm staying consistent with what I've said about Ohio State before in the past. I'm selling it if they figure out how to consistently run the football against top-level competition. There is a much shorter shelf life for Ohio State in the postseason and in big games when they haven't been able to consistently run the football. And I'm not saying that Bo Jackson isn't that guy. I have questions about their ability to the offensive line to reset the line of scrimmage in their favor against tougher opponents. I think Bo Jackson's a good running back. He rushed for 1,000 yards last year, I think, is like a true freshman. But am I ready to put him on the same level as Travian Henderson or Quinshon Judkins or J.K. Dobbins or Zeke Elliott? No. And my expectation isn't for him to be that guy. But again, a lot of the conversation about Ohio State is about Jeremiah Smith and Julian Sayin. And look, name me the last time Ohio State went into a season without a good receiver. When was the last time? I can't tell you. But if winning national championships is only decided by having a really good wide receiver, then Ohio State should have like 9 by now. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with Ohio State. So I'm selling it because I think I'm with you. I think if they make the playoffs, that schedule puts them in a position to where they've now learned that. They've learned about the ability to run the football. I think the Arthur Smith hire at offensive coordinator was intentional. So that's how I see them. But again, I'm selling it, but it's barring the fact that they're able to run the ball in those. That's how I feel.
I couldn't move past your comment that, what was it, Trevor? Bo Jackson's a solid back. What was it you said about him?
Yeah, I said he was a good back. He had a good season as a true freshman.
No, it's just in my head when I hear someone say Bo Jackson was just a good back, my immediate reaction is false. Because, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I just can't get past Bo Jackson's not that Bo Jackson. You know, so it's just like, I'm like, oh, why are we talking about Bo Jackson? You know what I mean? Then I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. Their running back's name is Bo Jackson. It's still, even after watching him all of last year, messes me up. And yes, he did have a very good freshman season, but it just, I hear Bo Jackson's a solid back, and I'm like, wait, what?
No, I get it.
Hold on a second. First of all, you weren't even born when he was playing. I'm like, oh, wait, no, hold on a second. No, we're talking about a different Bo Jackson. So that's my bad. I just have a hard time. It takes me a minute to cycle through. Wait a second. We're talking about somebody different. So it just I couldn't hear the next minute of what Trevor said because I was trying to envision Bo Jackson just being okay, or I'm trying to envision that Bo Jackson in an Ohio State offense. That'd have been fun to watch. But no, I like Bo Jackson. And to your point, though, it's going to come down to how committed are you to running the football. And I think that's a big reason why Arthur Smith was hired. Is I do believe it's like, hey, we're going to get back. We're going to run the football. We're going to have motions and shifts. I think, I don't know why he's trying to do this, but I almost kind of get the impression that Ryan Day wants to look a little bit like David Shaw's or Jim Harbaugh's Stanford teams. 12 personnel, motion shifts, play action, throwing the ball down the field, that kind of thing. It strikes me as maybe that's the direction they want to go. It's interesting. It was a very interesting hire. Very interesting hire. But yeah, it just takes me a minute to get past running back Bo Jackson as it immediately go to, flashbacks. As a Broncos fan, it was brutal flashbacks. It's like, oh man, we got to flip and face Bo Jackson again and Marcus Allen. This is not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun. Next one, Trev, from Detroit Hunter. He says, if Kyle Whittingham coaches, Bice a hold if Whittingham coaches 3 years max at Michigan.
Sell. I don't think it'll be 3 years max. I could see him being more on like that 4 to 5 year coaching plan. Get the program back on its feet in the first couple seasons, bring in the heir apparent in year 3, and then kind of let him be on the staff for a year or two. I could see it being more so that than 3 years max. So I'm going to sell it.
Agree. I think it'll be more than 3 unless one of 2 scenarios happens. Number one is he wins a title in, year 3. I could see him be like, hey, you know what? I got him back. There's nowhere to go but down from here. But also Kyle Whittingham's a competitor. He may say, hey, let's go try to do another one. The other one is he has some sort of health issues. He's an older guy. You never know what may happen. But I think he's probably in for a 4 to 5 year run would be my guess. as long as his health is there. And look, Trev, you did I know you saw this one. Bice Hold from Detroit Hunter. Eli Raridan is the 11th best tight end prospect in this draft, as ESPN's, which is where ESPN's Field Yates has him listed.
Athletically, physically gifted. I don't have him as the 11th best. I would struggle to find 10 names above him. I mean, are there some? Yeah, I'd put Kenyon Sadiq above Eli Raridan. I have no issue saying that. I'd probably put Eli Stowers ahead of him. I have no issue saying that. After the top two, and I think that there's a relatively sizable gap after the top two, I don't know if I'd be ready to call Eli Raridan 11th best. We could talk about like the 11th best career production. He has 3 total receiving touchdowns in his career. I get it, but I think he's a very good modern fit at the tight end position. He's a good run blocker. He's a good pass catcher, good after the catch. Biggest thing with Raridan's consistency. If he's able to fix that, I think he'll be a quality player at the next level.
Agree. I think he's definitely better than 11. Yeah, there's no doubt. And this seems like a pretty decent tight end class, but I have a hard time believing Eli Raridan is the 11th best tight end in any draft class. Very, very hard time with that. Very hard time with that. So I'm selling that.
Virginia Tech is off to the perfect start in the James Franklin era. Nothing like kicking off your first spring game with a skydiver getting hung up on your scoreboard.
That was scary. I mean, you never know. Like, did a one of the ropes or whatever, one of the cords get wrapped around his neck? Like, how hard did he hit that scoreboard? Like, that was scary. But yeah, I don't even want to make light of it because the guy was injured doing that. But yeah, that's not a great way to start things. Was it like windy or something? Like, that probably should have been a situation that they called that one off if the case. But yeah, that was an unfortunate situation. But it's kind of like, yeah, that's not the greatest way to start. But did you see the crowd though in the stadium for that spring game?
Oh yeah,
Virginia Tech fans are fired up right now for the James Franklin era. They are fired up for the James Franklin era. I think a lot of that was more important than the skydiving thing. But yeah, that wasn't great. Yeah, I don't know that I believe in bad omens. I'm not really a bad omens guy. I think when I use the word bad omens, it's more referring to like, okay, I'm watching a basketball game and your star shooter is missing like everything. You're like, this is a bad omen. You're gonna have trouble winning this game. Like I was watching the Final Four, Trev, and you're watching the Michigan-Arizona game, and Arizona can't hit shots, and you're thinking this is a bad omen because they are only here because of their offense. They don't play defense. So if they can't hit shots, that's a bad omen. They're going to get smacked, and they got smacked. Like that's more of like, okay, you're doing something, and it's not even the technical proper way to use bad omen. I'm not a big fan of. I don't necessarily believe in those, but yeah, it was an unfortunate situation. But I think James Franklin's program will move past that pretty quickly. Pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not a big omen guy either, but I'd be pressed to say that it's a good omen. So I know it's closer to one than the other. I get it.
Yeah.
From Detroit Hunter, Eric Morrison, Alex Golesh are trying to Signetti it with how their rosters have been reconstructed. You would buy that under this method, these coaches will have a shorter leash due to the expectations that have been set by Signetti's success.
I'll buy that for Alex Golesh. I'll sell it for Eric Morris. Look, Oklahoma State's a place that's had the same football coach for the last 20 plus years, right? Yeah. I mean, when was Mike Gundy first hired? Wasn't it in the 90s when he was hired as the head coach at Oklahoma State? Yeah, it was. No, it was 2005. He was hired as the OC in 2001, but he was there for 21 seasons. I don't know that they're going to have a quick leash for the guy that replaced him because, he's taken over a really rough couple of years at Oklahoma State. I don't think they're expecting a turnaround. I think you could argue that the roster that Curt Cignetti inherited was significantly better than the one that Eric Morris walked into. I think you could actually make that case. So I'm gonna sell the shorter leash for Morris. Expectations are very different at a place like local Oklahoma State than they are for Auburn. Auburn is one of the most unrealistic programs in the country as far as who they are. I mean, Gus Malzahn takes him to the national title game, and every year he's playing him in the big SEC title multiple times, has multiple wins over Alabama, and he was just never embraced by Auburn fans. And he was the OC on the national title team in 2010. Never embraced, oh, he's got to do this, he's got to do that. And he was a victim of being at Auburn during the Nick Saban era. In that, like, they're like, they've got 7 now, we only have 1, we got to catch up. I'm like, no, dude, you don't. You're Auburn. You know what I mean? And there's a reason they've been kind of bad ever since Gus was chased out. So they have a very unrealistic expectation of who they are. And don't understand that, like, what you did in 2010 was the anomaly, not what's come since. And for that reason, Alex Golesh will have a shorter leash. But I also think they're both following the Cignetti route, but I don't think they're looking at what Cignetti did and saying, let's repeat that. I think it's smart coaching that I would hope that they'd be smart enough to figure out on their own, which is, I got to go establish a culture day one. What better way to do that than bring a bunch of good football players that already know what I want, that can set the example, that can be the leadership, that can say, hey, look, this is what Coach Golesh wants. This is what he likes. You need that in the locker room. We talked about how that was a struggle for Al Golden in 2022, where, you're walking into a defense and it's new for everybody. And it's hard to establish it because a freshman can't look at, like Jalen Sneed can't turn to Jack Kaiser or J.D. Bertrand and say, what am I supposed to do here? Because they're like, I don't know, dude. I was in their day one install same way you were here on day one install. You know what I mean? Like, whereas in 2023, when Drake Bowen shows up and Jaden Osbury show up, they can now lean more heavily on J.D. Bertrand and Maris, Leafau, and Jack Kaiser, because now they've been in it for a year. And they can provide hey, here's what Coach Golden's trying to do. Here's what he looks for. Here's what he wants. Here's the expectations. I think that's very helpful. And so I think it's smart to follow that path. I don't know that anyone is going to expect either of those programs to win a title the first 2 years, but you need to show significant growth. That's where I think the Cignetti thing matters. Is I don't know that teams are like Auburn and Oklahoma State fans are like, if we don't win a title in year 2, run these bums out of town. But you better be much improved over what you were. And I don't mean much improved so Alex Golesh goes 5-7 this year, 8-4 next year. The natives will get very restless at that point in time in Auburn. I mean, like, you better be 8-4 this year and then show progress in year 2. And honestly, Trev, with Auburn especially, I think they're capable of it. I do. Now, Oklahoma State, I think there was a different talent level coming from South Florida than there is from North Texas. There's 3 kids they got from North Texas I really like. The receiver's a really good player. Caleb Hawkins is a really good player. And then obviously Drew Mestamaker is an ideal fit for that system. I don't think he's super talented, but he's a great fit for that system. So, but you're walking into a like much worse situation than what Alex Golesh is walking into. Alex Golesh actually walks into a decent roster. Eric Morris walks into a train wreck of a situation. So I hope that they have more time for him. I really do. They give him more time, I should say.
Yeah, look, I understand what Cignetti's success has done, and it's kind of sped up the timeline for certain coaches. But if every new coach is held to the standard of what Curt Cignetti did at Alabama, the coaching carousel the next 5 years is going to be insane. It's like, well, you didn't win a national title in 2 years, so we got to go find the next Curt Cignetti. And for him and for Indiana, that's great that they're able to kind of set that new curve. But at the same time, I don't – a shorter leash, I think so. I mean, they're experienced head coaches. Neither of those guys are first-time head coaches either. So you have a lot of your same players. To Brian's point, you're bringing in a lot of the culture. You're able to build that foundation. But I don't know if they're going to have a shorter leash solely because of Curt Cignetti. I think other things play a factor in that as well. From Christopher Crosby, buy, sell, hold. This current freshman class is the best evaluated class by a Notre Dame staff since you've been covering the team.
Oh, boy. I'll buy that, Trev. I'll buy that because my initial gut reaction was to say sell because some of the guys they got were really highly ranked. But then you got to remember, like, they got on Ebenezer Utade way before he blew up as a prospect. They got on Joey O'Brien way before he blew up as a prospect. They got on Rodney Dunham way before he blew up as a prospect. And that's where I think the evaluations come into play. Like Mike Brown gets a lot of, crap for recruiting and things like that. And, he's the one that saw Bubba Frazier and was like, let's go get that kid, and nobody really knew who Bubba Frazier was. Honestly, Trev, when he got offered in April, I did barely even heard of him. Like, I'd heard of him, but like, I wasn't like fired up about, about getting Bubba Frazier when I first saw him. But I think after I saw what he did, on film, you quickly fall in love and you're like, what a great eval that he made. So Grayson McHugh, is one of those guys. So that Sullivan Garvin was a guy that like I wasn't in love with when Joe Rudolph first got on. And then you see, and I talked to people at Notre Dame and they're like, no, coach really likes him. Coach thinks that he's going to take a jump. And I'm like, look, he's solid, but like, I wasn't like, oh, in love with him. My view of him as a senior changed a lot because the things that I was told when I talked to Notre Dame sources about what Joe Rudolph saw in him early on, when he took a very early commitment from Sully, you started to see as a senior, like, okay, I see where he's coming from and things like that. So yeah, I'll buy that. Actually, I'll buy that. I like that take. I'll buy that for the most part. There was a couple positions I didn't, okay, maybe at this position, that position, I won't even say you might have been able to do a little bit better, but overall I'd have to buy that.
Yeah, by and large, I'm with you. I'll buy that as well. I think the 2024 class is also a really great job evaluating the talent in that class. Obviously, you'll have your Gerby Lamberts and your CJ Carrs, but great find with Leonard Moore. He's a 3-star kid out of Texas that, you were somebody that was like, hey, he's definitely better than a 3-star.
Yeah.
Anthony Knapp was a 3-star kid who now we're talking about could be an All-American on the offensive line and a future first-round draft pick someday along the interior. So that the 24 class is another one of those that I think was a really good evaluation by the staff as a whole.
Yeah, and Trev, that's why they are where they are. I mean, we could go back to the 23 class and some of those guys. I mean, that's why this roster so loaded. This is what we talked about 2 years ago. The staff saw something in these players that the National Recruiting Services clearly didn't. Which is why they went after those guys over some other players. Look, I give him a hard time for his development of players, and I think it's justified when, talking about Joe Rudolph, but you've got to give the guy credit for evaluation for players. I don't give him credit for Gerby Lambert and because like you watch that guy, he's a stud, but like Will Black, they were on way before he blew up. And I liked Will's potential, but I wasn't in love with Will when I first saw him as based on sophomore film. I didn't have access to junior film. And then when I saw senior film, it's like, because remember back then people are asking me like, hey, when are you going to bump your Will Black ranking up? And I'm like, guys, I don't have new film to evaluate. I don't have junior film to watch. I only have sophomore film. But then you see the senior film and you're like, yeah, okay, I see it. I get it. Like, you have to give him credit. He's done a very good job evaluating players, and you hope that he can match that with the development piece. Because if he can develop like he recruits, then this offensive line is going to be great for years to come. But yeah, I think what's different now, Trev, is you always had guys like that. Mike Mickens was that way. Harry Heastan was that way. You just didn't have it staff wide, like I think you do now. And that helps. Now we need to see if the new staff can do the same thing, because you don't have some of the guys that were part of that. But I think that remains to be seen to a degree. But like you're still kind of doing it though. Did you see the Jackson Coleman kid that Notre Dame just offered a receiver? He's kind of blowing up right now. I'm like, okay, great find. It's another one of those guys that Mike Brown and Mike Denbrock have kind of gone out and seen and offered him, and they're going to make a run at him, even though there's some really, really good players on the board. So, they're still doing it. Lathan Wissington was a tremendous evaluation by the Notre Dame staff for prioritizing him over some other bigger name guys. And Trev, you and I both know how you and I are both super high on Lathan Wissington, and I think the recruiting services are going to look really dumb when it's all said and done having him as a 3-star. Now he's now a 2-star, a 4-star on 2 of them. ESPN recently bumped him up to a 4-star, put him at number 187, but it's still way too low. I'm actually curious, because I know that Rivals on 3 is in the process of putting a new rankings out. I'm very curious to see what they do with Lathan Wissington when those new rankings come out. So I don't think they've updated their rankings. They just did their new 5-star thing. I assume the rest will come out tomorrow. That's not clickbait at all, though, Trev, right? Just randomly giving your number 10 player in the country a 5th star, okay, sure.
Biso hold Notre Dame has at least 3 position rooms that are the best in the country, not starters, just depth and talent of the position.
I would buy that they have 3 that you can argue are the best. Like we could debate whether they are, but just flat out, I think between the secondary, the linebackers, the offensive line, the running back room, maybe the D-line, there's at least 5 that you could argue are in that conversation. And I don't know that I'd say all 5 are. I'm just saying all 5 are in the discussion. And I think the quarterback room is much more in that conversation after the spring that Noah Grubbs had. I think that kind of answers some of those questions a little bit. But yeah, I'll buy that. I think there's at least 3 that you could make. I mean, secondary, there's 2 for sure. Secondary and linebackers, I'll go to the mattresses defending that's the best position group in the country at the best room in the country at their position. Then it's like, okay, do you think the O-line is? Do you think the D-line is? Do you think the running backs still are? Do you think the tight end room is? The receivers? There's arguments to be had there. But I'll buy that there's 3.
It's a buy for me as well. I'm with you. We're rolling here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We got the buy-sell hold going on today, and keeping us going, we got Christopher Crosby. In celebration of draft week, buy-sell hold, Notre Dame will be starting 2 future first-round tackles this season.
I mean, barring injury, I buy that. And it's wild talking about this team. I'm like, we got some pretty wild takes this offseason, Trevor, where in the past we'd get these same type of questions and we'd be like, guys, come on, like, let's pump the brakes a little bit, but now it's like, yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be kind of disappointing if a pair of guys that we graded as 5 stars, not what recruiting services graded. I mean, they obviously did as well. On 3 had both of these guys as 5 stars players coming out. So it's not like we were the only one. We're the only ones that had Will Black. I mean, On 3 had Will Black as a 5-star before anybody, including me. I got to give him credit there. So one of the reasons I've said they don't have a Notre Dame bias in their rankings, that they have position group biases, and everybody, like, they have normal biases like we all have. But it's not an anti-Notre Dame bias. They had Will Black as a top 10 player while other people had him as a 3-star. They had Grayson McHugh as a 5-star player while other people had him as a 3-star. So I'd be a little disappointed if Will Black and Gerby Lambert don't end up as first-round picks. I'll be honest. Yeah. I just think they're that kind of player, so I'll buy that.
Especially once you factor in positional value too. Their offensive tackles, those tend to go pretty quickly in the draft and pretty routinely in the first round. So I'm with you. I'm buying that one as well. Yeah. And then despite the losses from last year's team, Miami will actually be better this season, mainly due to a more dynamic quarterback in year 2 of a much improved defense.
I buy that. I don't know that I'd say Darian Mensah's dynamic. I think he's a great fit for that system. I mean, he's not a guy that like runs a lot. And for me, a dynamic quarterback, I guess I just kind of think more about a guy that runs a little bit. Maybe that's wrong of me. I think he's a very good quarterback. I don't think he is he's not Cam Ward, but he's talented. I mean, he's a guy also that had like minus 32 yards rushing last year. Now, part of that might be a Duke problem, but you don't have minus 32 and then you go to 800 the next year. I think he's a playmaker for sure as a pocket quarterback. But like, I think the receiving core is going to be better this year than it was last year. Malachi Toney's back. Look, CJ Daniels was a nice player and he had a great touchdown catch against Notre Dame. And, Keelan Martin was a nice player. Like, they had nice receivers last year to complement Malachi Toney. This year, they have 2 legitimate first-team all-ACC caliber receivers. Plus, some of the younger guys are older. Plus, they got the transfer from West Virginia that you and I both like. Plus, they got the transfer from, was it South Carolina? Was where Jacobs came from, right?
Yeah, Vendravius Jacobs.
Cam Vaughn came from West Virginia. Jacobs came from South. Both really good players that getting Cooper Barcotti is better for them as well because they're more number 3s and number 4s than they are like a 2 or a 1A, 1B. And I think they're loaded there. Their offensive line, they're going to take a step back overall in line play. And I think that's the big question mark for Miami. But, Trev, they're still going to be very talented up front. I mean, Jackson Cantwell probably starts at left tackle. I haven't dove into how spring went, but I assume that he's going to take over. Samson Okunlola hasn't been able to kind of put it all together yet, but he's more talented than the guys they had at guard last year, in my opinion. He's a very talented player. So, Matthew McCoy, or is it Michael McCoy? Matthew McCoy, right? Or is it Michael McCoy? I always get his first name wrong. But McCoy.
Matthew.
He comes back. He's a good football player. Ryan Rodriguez is an experienced depth player that probably would have started 2 years ago if not for injuries. Then defensive line-wise, are they as good as they were last year with Bain and Misador and guys like, no, they're not, but are they still going to be pretty good? Yeah, that's the thing is don't compare it to what they were last year. Compare it to what it is. Damon Wilson, and you've got, Marquise Lightfoot stepping in, Justin Scott, you've got Armando Blunt. You went and got that transfer from Nebraska that's going to give you a really depthy swing guy that could play big end, could play some 3 technique. You lose David Blay, but you replace him with that kid, and you get Ahmad Moten comes back. I think, getting Traore back for, I'm not even joking here. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Isn't this his 9th year or is his 8th year?
Who you said Torre?
Mo Torre. Yeah, I said Traore. Mo Torre. Isn't this his 8th year or is this his 9th year?
8th year. Yeah.
8th year. Your secondary is almost losing Keontae Scott, that's a big loss. They lost another safety. But they've got a lot of guys coming back. They had 4 legit starting caliber corners last year. They're all back. So I think overall, you're going to go into year 2 of the Heatherman defense. I think overall, this should be a more talented team than it was last year across the board. And so, yes, I do think that Miami will be a more talented team this year than they were last year. And then there's coaching continuity. You bring all your top coaches back. Your coordinators are both back. So, yeah, I do think Miami will be a better team. Does that mean that Miami will play for the title again? I don't know, because I think Notre Dame was a better team in 2025 than they were in 2024, and they didn't even make the playoffs. So there's a lot that goes into it, but certainly I would argue that I do think this is going to be a more talented team. Better, we'll see, but more talented, absolutely.
Yeah,
I would bet also. I think they're going to be better, Trev. What do you think? Not just talented, but do you think they're also going to be – I think they're going to be a better team in the regular season than they were last year.
Yeah, I am too, and I think Mensa provides a lot of that relief. The biggest question is going to be their offensive line. That conversation aside, their offensive game plan with Carson Beck last year, especially in some of the bigger moments, was more so do no harm. It wasn't go get us the win. It was just don't give us a loss. I think that was evident. I mean, he threw for 205 yards against Notre Dame, against a secondary that the next game they played gave up 1,000,000 yards to Marcel Reed, who completed 53% of his passes. He had 160 passing yards on 30 attempts against Florida at home. He had 103 passing yards in a playoff win over Texas A&M, 138 in a playoff win over Ohio State. So it was very clear that some of the MO for Shannon Dawson for Carson Beck was make him more of a game manager, whereas Georgia made him like the game winner. And that's just not a role that he thrived in. That was a great recognition by the staff, in my opinion. That was how they were able to counter a lot of the things that I had said in the offseason, that some of the IB community said, and a lot of the Notre Dame fan base said in the offseason. It's like, Carson Beck, how many buy-sell holds we get last year, Brian? About, buy one, sell one, hold one. Carson Beck throws 3 picks against Notre Dame. Carson Beck throws 5 picks against Notre Dame. Being a little hyperbolic, but we got a lot of those. And Shannon Dawson was able to eliminate that by leaning on the run game with Mark Fletcher and that offensive line. I don't think they're going to do that this year with Darian Mensah. I think they're going to let him air it out a little bit more in some of the bigger moments. So top to bottom as a team, yes, I'm with you. I think that they have the opportunity to be better. Plus, people are just going to assume that it is, because I think the offense is going to look a little bit sexier than what it did last year. By watching their games, like, see, it's clearly better. They had 500 total yards of offense today. It's like different offense, but I get what you're saying.
I think they're going to look a lot more like the 24 offense, but I don't know that they're going to score that much, because I don't think they're going to need to score that much, because I do think their defense is going to be significantly better than it was in 2024.
Yeah.
We did have a super chat, a buy-sell super chat, Trev, from Mike Fighting Mike 87. Thank you for the super chat, Mike. Mike says, Trev, buy-sell hold. Notre Dame to go 12-0, or Notre Dame to cover spread in all 12 regular season games, or Notre Dame to accomplish both. So buy one. You can either take one of those, and then he adds a note. Notre Dame was second best against the spread from 22 to 24 at 75%, but 6-6 in 2025.
Yeah, two of those losses in the 6-for-6, they were both favored against Miami and against Texas A&M, so that's not great. As far as what's most likely to happen, I'm going to buy Notre Dame goes 12-0. I'm going to sell that they do both, and then I'm going to hold that they cover all the spread in all 12 regular season games. There's going to be a game where Notre Dame is favored by 24 points, and they end up winning by 3 touchdowns instead. They win by 21. Yeah, it'll be something like that. I mean, first game on FanDuel against Wisconsin, they're already favored by 19.5 points. Do I see Notre Dame winning by that much? Yeah, I could. It's not me staking my claim or giving my prediction for that game yet. But, yeah, it's garbage time touchdowns play a factor in that. So I covering the spread in all 12 regular season games is very difficult. Very difficult. So that's where I'm at with that one, Fighting Mike. From B-Jam and 41, buy, sell, hold. The right side of the Notre Dame offensive line will be the best right side in all of college football.
I'll buy that it has a possibility to be so. It's still early yet, but I'll buy that it has a possibility to be so. Yeah. And from what we've seen so far, Gerby Lambert and Sullivan Absher seem to be connecting and clicking very well from a communication standpoint. Yeah. I got to say something real quick, Trev. People that are now trying to use passing yards as an argument for how good a player is, you've got to stop doing that without context. Telling me that a guy threw for 3,800 yards when he played 15 games doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Telling me a guy threw for 3,800 yards when he threw for almost 500 passes doesn't tell me a whole lot. You've kind of been doing this a lot lately, but you're kind of abusing statistics. In my opinion, you're misusing statistics. You're taking slanted statistics and trying to act like they make a point. So you say, oh, he threw for 3,800 yards. Okay, sure. That 3,800 yards was 4th in college football. Problem is, he ranked 28th in the country in yards per attempt. So yeah, that factors in to say he's a game manager. What is a game manager? Also, stop assuming that game manager means bad quarterback. Game manager means your job is to run the offense, get the ball where it needs to go. It's not to put the team on your shoulders and carry the offense. It's not to make a bunch of big-time throws. It's you'll get a couple chances to make clutch plays, but we need you to make sure you don't make those big mistakes, get the ball where you need to get to. Like, that's the reality. And 3,800 yards in today's era of college football for a team that makes a playoff run doesn't mean a whole lot. The 3,800 yards in this season, Trev, ranked 4th in the country in total yards. That seems pretty good, right? But he ranked 35th in yards per game because he played 16 games. So we've got to make sure we're properly looking at statistics here and using statistics to make an argument. And trying to say that Trevor's wrong for saying something about Ty Simpson because he threw for 3,500 yards in 15 games doesn't tell you a whole lot. So we've got to be able to have sort of an honest conversation here that 3,800 yards in today's game doesn't mean the same as 3,800 yards in the past. Throwing for 30 touchdowns in 16 games, that means you average less than 2 touchdowns per game. Like, that's not a good statistic. That is exactly game manager statistics, Trev. When you played in 16 games and only passed for 30 touchdowns, when you only throw for 103 and 108 yards in the first 2 playoff games, you throw for a total of 5 touchdowns in 4 playoff games. That's game manager statistics. It just is. But it's also not an insult. It's not. That's what they needed last year. This year, they're going to get a guy that's more of a playmaker. So we just have to make sure we're having an honest conversation about what stats mean when you're going to throw stats in to make a point. Because 3,800 yards in 16 games, Trev, means you're a top 35 quarterback. I think that fits right there into game manager.
100%. Yep, 100%. Some more for B Jam and buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have more sacks than rushing touchdowns in 2026. That's interesting.
Oh, definitely buy that. I'll definitely buy that. I mean, last year Notre Dame had 38 rushing touchdowns and 34 sacks. So, yeah, I'll take that. The year before, Notre Dame had 40 sacks and 45 rushing touchdowns. It's been close the last 2 years. This year, I think the defense should be even more productive from that standpoint. And I think because, I don't think the rushing touchdowns takes a step back because there's no Jay Love and no Jadarian Price. It takes a step back because I think you have more receivers that can make big plays that house the ball in the pass game. That's kind of where I think they'll be. So I'll buy that. It'll be close like it has the last 2 years, but I think it goes over. I mean, really, it's going to come down, Trev, to will Chris Ash turn him loose and let him attack? That's more of my question mark. But if he does, and I'm assuming he does, then I do think that you'll see more sacks this year than rushing touchdowns. I do.
Agreed. No, we see that the same. And then 4 different players this year will throw a pass.
I'll buy that because I think you'll have 3 quarterbacks and then somebody else. Because what was it? It was 4 last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, you had Carr, Minchie, the Burnham trick play against Stanford. You had Faison's fake punt against Arkansas.
Said 4 last year. Yeah, so I'll go with that again. You had 5 the year before because you had Leonard, Angeli. You had Tyler Buckner against USC. Kenny Minchie threw a pass, and then Davis Sherwood had one last year too. I think it was against UVA. Let me see who it was. Georgia Tech.
And Faison threw the 2-point conversion of Bo Collins in the national championship game.
Yep. So I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy that one as well.
We did have a super chat, Trev, from Indy Wine and Cheese. Thank you, sir.
Buy one, sell one, hold one. Carr wins the Heisman. The offense averages 46 points per game, and the defense only allows 14 points per game. Ooh.
Well, that's a tough one because if I feel like the first 2, if you buy one, then the other one's going to also be true. If Notre Dame's scoring 46 points a game, I think CJ Carr wins the Heisman. I think if CJ Carr wins the Heisman, Notre Dame's scoring close to 46 points per game not because we think this is going to be like the world's greatest offense ever and it's going to be close to what LSU was. It's more so like, yes, they're going to be great on offense, and I don't know that they play a ton of great defenses this year, at least from what we see so far. And of course, the talent around them is going to be outstanding. So if I had to pick between the 2, I'd probably buy the points per game offensively. I would hold the defensive points per game, and I'm going to sell the Heisman just because I don't know that Notre Dame's quarterback is going to get enough love and respect to win a Heisman. I think he'll be a finalist, but, will he be that? We'll find out. Will Marcus Freeman allow him to pad his stats in the second half the way that other coaches are going to allow their players to pad stats in the second half? Those things all factor into it. And it's an individual award, not a team award. I'm also going to hold the defensive points per game because I could see a world, and 14 points per game is a really good number. I mean, they were at 17 last year. They were at 15-5 the year before, 15-9 the year before that. It's been a minute since they were that good on defense. And I actually, you know what? I'm going to buy offensive points per game, hold the Heisman, and I'm going to sell the 14 points per game. Just because, and part of that's not even about Chris Ash. Part of that is they're going to have their backup defense on the field a lot in the fourth quarter this year. Like last year, and that's going to give up some points. I'm actually thinking about it, Trev. They gave up 236 points they gave up 211 points last year. The backup defense gave up a touchdown against Purdue, right? So they gave up that. They gave up a late touchdown against Pitt, a late touchdown against Syracuse, and I would argue 2 late touchdowns against Stanford. So that would make him at 176 points in 12 games, which gets him down to 14.7. So even if you take out the backups points last year. They're at 14.67, and I think they're going to face some decent offenses this year. So that's where I'm at. So I'll sell that one. What say you, Mr. Trowbridge?
I'm actually going with the first order that you had. I'm buying offense of 46 points per game, holding defense 14 points per game, and then selling the Carr Heisman. I would love nothing more for CJ Carr to win the Heisman, but I thought Jeremiah Love, if there was going to be a player for Notre Dame to bring home a Heisman, I thought it was going to be Jeremiah Love. He wasn't able to do it. We can get into the debate about, the position he plays isn't favored amongst running backs. He's also like the first running back to not win the Heisman in a year that ends in 5 and like forever, so we can get into that discussion. But for the reason why I'm holding defense 14 points per game, I think the offense, that's the good offenses that they face this year are really good or have the potential to be really good. Miami, we just talked about. SMU's offense, I think, is going to be really good. BYU's offense, interested to see what they do. But I think the level of bad offenses that they're going to play
Syracuse at the end of the season,
potentially Syracuse with Steve, depending on what weapons they surround him with. But I also could see them facing some pretty bad offenses this year to potentially balance that out to around 14 a game. So that's where I'm at with that one.
That'll be an interesting summer discussion, Trev, because I actually think the offenses overall this year will be better than they were last year, top to bottom. And they were at 15-5 last year in the regular season. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. All right, let's keep it rocking and rolling with some more from B. Jammin'.
One of the most challenging jobs Freeman will have this season is getting his team up to play against inferior competition.
Yeah, I buy that. I think maybe not early, because this team is going to have a little bit of fire for, what happened, like maybe against Wisconsin and Rice, they take it out. But I could see if they're as good as we hope they are in the first couple games, Trev, the Stanford, Purdue, Michigan State games, maybe some later games, could be games where maybe this team gets a little overconfident and isn't as locked in as they will be for like Wisconsin, for example. You know what I mean? So I could see that being true at times, but I don't know that it'll be early in the season because there's other motivating factors. But if this team comes out and let's just say, Trev, they just come out and just annihilate Wisconsin. I mean, just what Notre Dame fans are going to think they're going to do all summer, right? I mean, just come out and just wipe them out with them. It's 50-something to 7, and they just absolutely destroy them. And then they come out the next week at home. They go home for the first home game, and they beat Rice like they beat Syracuse last year. You know what I mean? Like, that's when I could say, like, okay, Michigan State, Purdue, Carolina, Stanford might be, especially as you get closer to the BYU game and they start looking ahead to the BYU game because they're human beings and they're young human beings. They're going to start looking ahead at some point in time to BYU. I could see a few times Freeman having some gut check conversations with them after pregame, because sometimes, Trev, your team's not locked in during pregame. I mean, you see it. I've been there. You see it. You're like, dude, we're not locked in. And then sometimes it's like first half, you're just kind of sleepwalking and you got to get them going in the second half. I could see a couple of those happening in, overall convincing wins. But yeah, I could see, like we saw BC last year. I could see a couple of those. Yeah.
The interesting thing with this one, I mean, will it be one of his most challenging jobs? I think so this season, so I'll buy it. But I could see this season, the start of this year, kicking off very similar to how the 2023 season started. Because here's the things in 22, 24, and 25. They had monumental season openers. In 22, it was the top 5 Ohio State team on the road in Columbus. In 24, it was an SEC team in Texas A&M in one of the hardest places to play in the country. Then in 2025, it was down in Hard Rock against an old rival in Miami, a team that ended up playing for the national title. That was also ranked. So the benefit that they had in 2024, or in 2023, was a neutral site game against a familiar team, obviously in Navy. This year, it's a neutral site game against Wisconsin. And then after that, in 2023, they played Tennessee State and beat them by 53 points. They beat NC State on the road. Slow, sluggish start, ended up beating them by 21 points. And then Central Michigan at home, they ended up beating them by 24 points. So I could see the start to this year being that, especially earlier in the year, because they don't have that just monumental, huge playoff implication game to start their season. But I'm with you. Down the stretch, it'll be very interesting to see. But I'm hoping that what it's going to be is like, okay, now it's the sprint to the finish. Because from BYU on, you have a meaningful game. I mean, every single week, there's some storyline there to make it meaningful every single week, with the exception of like maybe Boston College. And that's still like a rivalry game that you get at home. You know, you get BYU on the road. Navy at home is a traditional rival. You get Miami at home. If you can't get up for that game, then what are we doing here? You get Boston College at home, which is a rival. SMU's at home. They're probably going to be ranked in that senior day. And then Syracuse is just about finishing on the road against, hoping that he's healthy, a former quarterback that played at your school. So there's a lot more to get up for those games than Rice. You know, a lot more to get up for
Michigan
than a
State.
Purdue.
Yeah, Purdue, who you've annihilated the last 2 years. Maybe who knows what Stanford's record is? The week before the BYU game. Yeah, it'll be early. Trev, B-Jam and 41, Biso Hold, watching the Jersey scrimmage, answered more questions for you than leaving you with more unanswered questions.
So I don't. The questions that we had, especially during the show we had before the Jersey scrimmage, some of it was just like we needed to see to confirm, especially for me. I haven't seen them practice since like the middle of March. And so I just needed to see them in shoulder pads. I needed to see what the offensive line looked like, not just kind of getting a hand on somebody, give them an extra shove. Like I needed to see what the run game was actually going to look like. But not a lot of questions that I had like definitively got answered. And some of them weren't even the fault of what we got to see or what we didn't get to see. It's just I'm still going to have questions about what Aeneas Williams is going to look like taking full contact first team reps. I'm still going to have questions about what Kedron Young is going to look like. I have yet to see Jaden Greathouse practice this offseason in any capacity with the team going full go. You know, some questions on the defense. I mean, Jason Onye's out. Dallas Golden wasn't there. Saw some questionable things about the defense. Not good, not bad. It's just I have questions about it. So I didn't have those going into the Jersey scrimmage. So I'm selling that I had more questions answered, but that's also not to say that my level of concern has been raised exponentially because now I have all of these questions. It's just the things that I had answered, I guess you could say, was just more like confirming, yeah, no, Will Black looks good. Yeah, Kirby Lambert and Sully Absher are really getting along on the right side of the offensive line. Yeah, CJ Carr is just kind of what we thought. Yeah, Jordan Faison's doing this stuff. So that's more from where it is for me.
I'm actually the opposite. I'm buying. I think the Jersey scrimmage answered, and just the development of this team through the spring, to me, answered more questions than I have questions remaining. The questions remaining are more about guys nothing Jason Onye could have done this spring is going to tell me whether he is or isn't going to be what he was the second half of last year. And in some ways, some of the injuries has answered questions. So like Aeneas being out allowed Nolan James Jr. and Jonas Walton to get a lot of reps. It's kind of, I feel like I kind of know what Aeneas is going to be, getting a chance to see, I have a lot more confidence in, how Mylan Graham fits into the offense now than I did before. How will this new look offensive line look together? I have a lot fewer questions about that now. I feel like that was kind of answered. So I actually have more. I feel like this Jersey scrimmage and what led up to it answers more questions to me than questions I have remaining. Trevor, I actually just was thinking about this. We missed a question. I skipped over a question because I jumped ahead to the Whittingham question, and then we missed this one about the Ty Simpson thing. I was thinking about that. I was like, man, I thought we were going to address that question. So let's go back and get to that one before we move on past B-Jammin's submissions.
Indiana's defensive coordinator responding to Ty Simpson's pre-draft comments about their defense not being complex. Are we buying, selling, or holding those comments?
I'm selling the comments. Let me explain my stance on this. We're referring to, for those who don't know, Ty Simpson was on a podcast the other day with Josh and Caleb Downs talking about, and it's just not a good idea for young people to be interviewing themselves about questions like this because there's just not a lot of savviness to it. Ty Simpson was talking about the Indiana game. He said basically we knew what they were doing. We always knew where they were going to line up, but we just couldn't do anything about it. And they're really well coached. He went on to say they're really well coached and all this other kind of stuff. And the reality is like a coach is going to, I don't know that he meant that as an insult, but a coach is always going to take that as an insult. Because remember, that's exactly what Alabama players said after they beat Notre Dame 42-14. We knew exactly what they were going to call. We knew exactly what they were going to be. and that allowed us to crush them. No coach is going to take you saying, we knew exactly what they were doing, exactly how we were going to do this. It wasn't complex. They really don't do a whole lot, as anything other than an insult. I don't think Ty Simpson meant it that way, though. And if you actually read the entire transcript, he didn't mean it as an insult. And I also don't think that he necessarily meant it as a backhanded compliment. I just think it was a very poorly worded comment from Ty Simpson. And, you know, I mean, he was actually giving praise to the defensive coaches in Indiana. They don't do a whole lot of looks. They don't disguise a lot of things. I don't know that, but the way he said it very much comes across like an insult. And if all you have is the small context of that statement, I'd say, yeah, he was kind of giving him a backhanded comment. But when you listen to the rest of what he said, I don't think he was trying to be insulting. It was just a guy who's only been a starter for a year, who's young, saying something that any coach is going to take the wrong way. I would imagine most fans or media people didn't take it as an insult, but any coach where you say, yeah, they did basic stuff, they didn't really do a whole lot, they were just, of course you're going to take that as an insult. But I'm selling his comments because, dude, you're a grown man. Look at the entire context. Why are your team won 38-3. Why are you in your feelings about what he said? Let it go. Who cares? You've got a natty. Why are you still kind of acting like you're this poor, picked on, offended coach when you just won the natty? Don't respond. You focus on you. And at least have enough sense to listen to the entire comment. Because he's like, oh, that's adorable. And he said all these things. I'm like, bro, there's no need for you to defend that. And if you are going to defend it, just say 38-3. I mean, you know what I mean? I just felt like, bro, you're a grown-up. You're a professional. You just won the natty. I don't really know that you need to be responding to that a whole lot. You know what I mean? It was unnecessary for him to respond. I understand him actually being in his feelings a little bit. Because I would even argue this, Trev, if Ty Simpson absolutely did mean it as an insult, I still don't think you should have responded. I just feel there's no need for that. As coaches, I like it when coaches have things to say. I don't want a coach to just sit back and take what other people say. But in this instance, it's like you're now diving into the why are you getting into the fray with that? There's certain things that hey, you're going to replay a team and a coach. If Ty Simpson would have said this before their matchup, I would have been like, oh, okay, I like this little war of words they got going on. It's April. The game was 4 months ago. Your team won by five touchdowns. What are we doing here? Move on, dude. Worry about your team. The kid's not trying to start anything with you. I just felt it was unnecessary and in poor taste. But I do understand why he took it as an insult. And I'd be willing to bet you he didn't listen to the entire comment. I bet you he just was told somebody said he said something. And he probably responded to a tweet that said that, and he did it. And I felt it was unnecessary.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to do his best Curt Cignetti impression because Kurt's kind of done that a little bit, but Kurt has the personality to be able to do that, in my opinion. I don't know Brian Haynes. I don't know him personally. I don't know him in the media. I don't sit down and listen to his press conferences, but this is also happening in the same offseason where Sig went out, not go out of his way, but mentioned the Nick Marsh cleats thing. He defended Josh Hoover against TCU's old head coach or TCU's head coach. And so I think this was just kind of falling in line with what he saw. But the difference is Curt Cignetti was doing that with another coach. You're doing this with a player. And here's the thing, dude. First of all, you won 38-3, and the only thing you had to say as a clapback is, yeah, it's a simple offense. They didn't do much. It's yeah, you didn't have to.
Right.
You don't have to dive into, that's cute. Yeah, we ran a base defense and held you to 3 points.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be all that. You want to talk about simple and knowing what you want to do. You and I previewed the game as two people who were neither coaching nor playing in that game and said, yeah, this is just what Alabama's going to do. They're not going to run the football. Ty Simpson's going to get that look in his eye, yada, yada, yada. Indiana can take advantage of them here, here, and here. And then look what happened. They lost 38-3. It doesn't have to be that. I think the entire thing is just kind of silly. I don't know why Ty Simpson said the comments that he said, even if he wasn't trying to be insulting. and I don't really know why Indiana's defensive coordinator felt the need to respond. That's just
he said it in a way that it can come across as an insult, even though I don't think he meant it as one. But any coach is going to take what he said as a backhanded, quote unquote, backhanded compliment or just an insult. They just lined up and do the same thing every time. Nothing complex. They don't really do a whole lot like that. Yeah, it's a pretty insulting thing. Like, oh, their players are just really good. The whole thing was childish, in my opinion. So, but yes, that will always be taken as an insult from a coach. Always.
Back to B-Jam and 41. Buy one, sell one, hold one. 2026 first team All-Americans. CJ Carr, Leonard Moore, Gerby Lambert.
Sure, I'll buy all those guys as first team All-Americans, yeah. I think they all will be. Because remember, the Heisman Trophy winner doesn't always get named the first team All-American. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, hold on, didn't you just say CJ? Yeah, it's different voters, different people. I could see CJ. Didn't we have that recently? I thought we had that happen recently, where the first team All-American quarterback was not the guy who won won the national title, won the Heisman Trophy. I'll have to go look that up, but yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
Buy that all of them could.
Yeah.
If I was going like probability, if we were going buy one, sell one, hold one in order, I would probably just go probably buy Leonard Moore, hold Gerby Lambert, sell CJ Carr. And the only reason why I'm selling CJ Carr is there's just one first team All-American quarterback. There's 2 tackles on the first team All-American, and there's multiple corners. Literally the only reason why. That is not me saying that I don't think he'll be a first team All-American, because I do. But per the submission, that's where I see it. How about the second team, Brian? Second team All-Americans in 2026. Tay Johnson, Drake Bowen, Anthony Knapp.
I'll buy Tay as having the best chance. First of all, I'll buy that all 3 of those guys could be second team All-Americans to do it the way Trev did it, because I think there's 3 ways to do this to this question. Of the 3, I'll buy Tay, hold Anthony, sell Drake. And the reason I'll sell Drake is I worry about I think the guy that has the best chance to be an All-American is actually Kingston, because of his work on third down as a pass rusher. He could get the sacks to maybe get some of that recognition. Whereas so far, the defense has not been geared towards the linebackers having 100+ tackles or double-digit tackles for loss. That may change this year. We'll see. But I need to see it. But they're all capable of it. And then I'll what say you, Trev, on this one? Then we'll move on to the third one.
Same order for me. Same order for me on that one. And then 2026 third team All-Americans, Boubacar Traore, Jordan Faison, and Don Shuler.
Buy that as a group. Well, I'm going to sell this one as a group because I think Boubacar will be higher. I think Boubacar will either be first or second team. I'll buy Jordan Faison potentially being there. I think I would not lean towards him being an All-American simply because the All-American teams come out before the playoffs. And it just goes back to what we've said, Trev. I don't know that any of the receivers are going to get targeted enough to put up that kind of season. And I'll definitely buy a Don Shuler as a guy that could be there. If I were to buy one, sell one, hold one as a group, I would buy the first team one, sell the third team one, because I think there's a couple that are least likely to be there, and then I would hold the second team one.
Yep, same order. Agreed.
Yeah.
From Grubbing Up, Heisman, buy, sell, hold when just looking at their high school resume, not grading them as a prospect. Noah Grubbs had the best high school career since Jimmy Clausen.
Oh, sell. Sell that big time. Phil Jurkovec was a monster in high school. An absolute monster in high school. And also led his team to a state championship in high school. It's not even close. And I love Noah Grubbs. But he wasn't anywhere close to what Phil Jurkovec was. In Phil Jurkovec's last year at Pine Richland in Pennsylvania, they went undefeated, I think 15-0. He passed for 3,969 yards, completed over 72% of his passes. had 39 passing touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. And, oh, by the way, also rushed for 1,200 yards and 24 touchdowns. I love Noah Grubbs. His high school career is nowhere close to what Phil Jurkovic's was. Not even close. And that wasn't Phil's only big year. I mean, Phil had a lot. Phil rushed for over 1,000 yards, I think, 3 times in his career, twice, because he got hurt as a junior. But yeah, he rushed for 1,250 yards as a sophomore as well. So I love Noah Grubbs. Nowhere close to the career that Phil Jurkovic had in high school. Nowhere close.
Sticking with the quarterback conversation, this one from Grubbing Up Heisman. An average quarterback understands the rules, concepts, and timing of the offense. A good quarterback can manipulate the defense to maximize the concepts, and a great quarterback knows when to bend or break the rules of the offense to elevate it.
Yeah, I like this, Trev. I'll buy this because a great quarterback also is one that's got the physical tools to do that. Like Tommy Rees was a wicked smart quarterback, but he couldn't bend and break the rules of the offense to elevate it because he didn't have the physical tools to make those plays. He tried. And that's why some people said, he wrote checks his body couldn't cash. I think Tommy had the mindset, the mental ability to do those things that a great quarterback can do, but he just didn't have the arm talent to make those plays. So I'll absolutely buy that. I think that's a good. There's other things I'd maybe throw in there, but I like the way you kind of laid it out. I like that. I'll buy that. But I just would say the reason that a great quarterback can do that is because I think physically he's got to have the mind for it, right? But it's more so his physically he can do things that the other guys can't do.
Agreed. I think this is a really sharp breakdown of the different levels of playing quarterback. Obviously, to Brian's point, other things included, but yeah, I like this. More from Grubbing Up Heisman. Buy, sell, hold. Noah Grubbs will go into fall camp leading for backup quarterback and will use his spring head start to hold off Teddy Gerard this season.
Yeah, I'm going to buy this for now. I mean, a big part of it is, Trev, we've seen now Noah Grubbs, right? We've seen what he can do. We've seen him grow from practice 1 to practice 11 or 12, right? We've seen the physical tools. He's got not just a 6-month head start in the system, but he's also got a 6-month head start in the weight room, which is needed. So I think that's certainly possible. I'll buy that this is a possibility. I don't think it was ever a foregone conclusion that Teddy Gerard was going to come in and just pass Noah Grubbs up. And here's why I think this faulty assumption was there. I think a lot of people assumed, partly because of what they were told by certain folks, that the reason that Notre Dame pushed Teddy Gerard to reclassify is because they had no faith in Noah Grubbs. What I was told by very good sources is that, yeah, we think the world of Teddy. We also think very highly of Noah, and we like some things that Blake is doing. We want Teddy to reclassify because we want all 3 of the guys that will battle for the starting job when CJ leaves to have a year under their belt. It would have been very difficult for Teddy to walk in as a true freshman and beat out a kid that's been in the system for 2 years and a kid that's been in the system for a whole year, unless they just weren't talented, which they are talented. And so it was really about, we want everyone to have the best possible development they can to go into that battle. And if Noah's better than Teddy after a year of being in the system together, then God bless him, he's the better guy. But if Teddy's actually better than Noah, you don't want Noah to win it simply because he's got a full year of experience under his belt. You want them both to have the best opportunity possible to be the best version of themselves that they can be in 2027. And I think the fact that some people just assumed, well, they don't like Noah and they don't think Noah can play is partly why some people were surprised how Noah performed. But I also would not just write off Teddy Gerard because Noah had a good spring. Now we can maybe err on the other side of, now we're maybe writing off Teddy and assuming it's going to be Noah. They're both very talented quarterbacks. And I think Notre Dame's strategy of wanting to get all of them on campus sooner to let them kind of battle that way was smart. Even though for someone, and I'm not a big fan of reclassifying, you know that, Trev, I'm not. But I understand it. It's the world we live in, and I understand the benefits that there were for Teddy in that regard as a Notre Dame quarterback. So I think it's going to be a great battle. But I buy that Noah Grubbs has a chance to win that job. And a big part of it will be the spring head start that he had. Certainly.
We see that very much the same. I'm with you. We talked about this one before the start of the show, and it's like, look, it's kind of one of those things of like who is going to be the middle child and who gets the middle child syndrome. And with Teddy Girard reclassifying, that's Noah Grubbs. Blake Hebert was the veteran that was here last year. Noah Grubbs was kind of the afterthought, and then Teddy Girard's the new, young, up-and-coming gunslinger that's also coming into campus. So I'm with you. I think it's going to be a very competitive battle in fall camp for sure. And then next year's starter will not be the same quarterback who wins the backup job.
I will buy that that's a possibility. I don't think that just winning the number 2 quarterback job in 2026 means you are going to be the guy in 2027. I think what winning the job in 26 does, winning the backup job in 26 does, that puts you in pole position going into the offseason. But, and somebody in the chat pointed this out. Andrew Gilmore pointed this out. Who was the backup quarterback in 2024? It wasn't Kenny Minchie and it wasn't CJ Carr. It was Steve Angeli, who finished 3rd in the battle at the end of spring. Now, the difference is I don't think the talent gap between the 3 players is what it was between CJ Carr and Steve Angeli or even Kenny Minchie and Steve Angeli. So it's a little bit of a different circumstance. But the point holds that Andrew's making, and he's correct on that, and I see it the same way, Trev, is that just because you win the number 2 job in year 1 doesn't mean you will hold on to the number 1 job in year 2. So I absolutely think it'll give you a leg up. You'll probably be the guy that takes the first rep with the first team in March when you kick off spring practice. But it doesn't mean that that's going to be the case because CJ Carr spent most of the spring in 2025, working with the 3rd and 2nd team. And got a little bit of first team later. And then he obviously still won up. Steve Angeli is the guy that took the first team's reps at the start of spring practice in 2025. And he ended up 3rd by the end of spring. So certainly that won't be the case. I will say this. I do think next year's this 27 starting quarterback is someone who will be on the roster in the fall.
Yeah. Yep, agreed.
It's not a given. There could be like some stud that wants to come to Notre Dame that you just can't say no to a quarterback. But I think that they're going to look to develop the kids that they recruited is what I think is going to happen. Like if Arch Manning wanted to come back for another year and he calls up Marcus Freeman's like, hey, I know CJ is gone, but I'd love to spend my last year at Notre Dame. I don't think like, nah, we're good. You know what I mean? Like, but outside of something like that, I think their intention is to go into 2027 with one of these 3 kids as their starting quarterback. That's what whoever the 27 quarterback will be will also be on campus that spring as well. So there's a good chance they'll have, a 4th quarterback as well. Not a given, but a chance.
Brian, we're rolling here with the Buy, Sell, Hold on the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We're continuing here with grubbing up Heisman. So Buy, Sell, Hold, there will be 6 captains. CJ Carr, Jordan Faison, and Anthony Knapp on offense. Defensively, the captains will be Drake Bowen, Adon Schuler, and Leonard Moore.
I actually buy this. I think this is a very. I think they're the only possible exception is instead of Jordan Faison, I could see like an Ashton Craig, or instead of Anthony Knapp, I could see an Ashton Craig. We'll see kind of how that goes, but I think the defensive ones are pretty spot on. I completely agree with that one. And the offensive one, I think grubbing up Heisman is good. Like in those 3 guys, it's more so. There's just a couple other guys that I could see emerging to challenge to be that 3rd offensive captain if that's the direction that they go. Whether it be Ashton Craig. Look, Trev, have you watched any of the clips of the offensive line? Or did you maybe notice this at the scrimmage? You know who the guy is that leads the offensive line in every practice when they get together and they do a break? It's always, from what I've seen, it's always Sullivan Absher. Now, that may change when we get Ashton Craig back. Who knows? But, like, he's another guy that I would put up there as a potential leader emerging. So I think there's some other potential options on offense. But as of today, March 20th, I like your 6, especially on defense. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think that's why I think this emphasizes the type of leadership that we're going to see on this team this year, man. I really do, because those are 6 guys all right there that have the potential to be captains. But that also doesn't include Ashton Craig, Sullivan Absher, maybe a Jaden Greathouse when he's back. You know what I mean? Like on defense, that doesn't include, Jalen Sneed, who's going into his 5th year, or a Jaden Osbury, who just spent the entire offseason at Mike. That doesn't include Jason Onye, who's back for his 6th year. That doesn't include, Christian Gray, who's going into his 3rd year as a starter. There's a lot of leadership on this team, a lot. And I think that's reflective of what Grubbin Up Heisman has here listed as his potential 6 captains. But for now, I buy it. I like that list.
Yep. Let's get to the next one, Trev, from Juan R. Delgado. Juan says defensive play calling is your biggest concern going into the season.
I mean, honestly, after seeing the kickers in the Jersey scrimmage, I
feel a lot better about it, right, Trev? I mean,
yes.
The kicking situation, I feel a lot better about it. Yes.
Yes.
A takeaway that people aren't talking enough about from the Jersey scrimmage was their kicking operation looks a lot better right now with those 2 kids. And Micah Drescher shows up this summer. Like, all of a sudden, they're loaded at kicker. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let's roll. Let's roll.
I'll say this, injuries aside, because that's a concern no matter who's calling plays, no matter who's doing what. Injuries aside, I will buy this.
Yep. Agree completely. Will it keep them from going 12-0? Maybe, maybe not. Will it keep them from winning a title? It could. It could.
From ICURN with Irish Luck, buy, sell, hold, Lathan Wissington, Isaiah Rodgers, Javian Osborne, Jonas Walton will make up the fastest running back room we have ever seen at Notre Dame.
I mean, it's in the conversation because fastest I've ever seen. I've got to go back to some of the, back in the day, thinking of, those Tony Brooks was really fast, and Reggie could scoot, and I mean, you had some speedy backs back in the day, but yeah, I mean, just because you're talking about Isaiah Rodgers is a 10.5, reported 10.5, confirmed 10.7, which is fast still. Lathan Wissington just ran a 10.43. Jonas Walton is a fish. I mean, just verified 10.5. They're all 4.4s or faster. We've seen some running back rooms with big time speed. I mean, a year ago, Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. But does Nolan James, Keidron Young, and Aeneas Williams have the speed of these guys for 3 and 4? It's debatable. I think of the 2015 running back room that had Josh Adams and Dexter Williams. That was a pretty fast one, although Dexter was more game speed fast than he was track fast. That's the difference. I think Dexter Williams played as fast as big backs will play. The only person I ever saw catch Dexter Williams from behind, and this is a guy that had a 97-yard touchdown run in his career at Notre Dame. The only guy that I ever saw catch Dexter Williams from behind is Troy Pride Jr. So, I mean, that's the only one. But, I mean, like in 1990, you had Ricky Waters, Tony Brooks, Rodney Culver, guys like that. I'll buy this because I think that we've seen years where they've had 1 or 2 really explosive backs, but years where they've had 4 in a 2-year stretch that were like all arguable 10-5, 10-6 or better guys. It's been a minute. And to answer a question in the chat, no, I don't view Rocket as a running back. He was a receiver that would then play some running back later in the game. But even if you put him at running back, it's not about who the fastest guy was. I don't know that any of these guys are going to be faster in college than what Jeremiah Love was in college. It's about the depth of that speed. That's the conversation. Agreed. So, yeah, I think I'll buy, based on what we know now, I will buy that is something that we will see. Certainly, they'd be the four fastest coming into college. Like Jeremiah Love as a junior was a 10.7. I believe that Jeremiah ran a 10.5 at one. Somebody said he ran a 10.5 at one point in time, but at the same age that Lathan Wissington is, I believe Jeremiah's best time was a 10.7. But there's people said he ran a mid 10.5 as a junior. Well, that's great, but Lathan's already done that twice, and he's also run a 10.43. So, yeah, the track speed is legit. It's big time. And we saw Jonas turn it on a little bit in the scrimmage on that one where he cut it back out the left side. So yes. Yeah.
Bisa Hold, you have been as impressed with Noah Grubb's early enrollment spring as you were with CJ Carr.
Sell. I love Noah Grubbs, and I love what he did this spring. No, he's not what CJ was as a freshman. CJ was you could tell from day one that CJ was that guy. And also CJ was a better player coming out of high school. I mean, CJ was a 5-star kid for me coming out of high school. So I'm very excited about what we've seen from Noah Grubbs, but I am not going to put him on the same level CJ Carr, not just from an expectation standpoint, but he just wasn't as good as CJ. CJ had a better arm. CJ had a better feel for the offense. I mean, we were seeing CJ Carr banging backside digs in the Jersey scrimmage. It's a true freshman. So I'll say Noah had a better first spring than like Kenny, Steve Angeli, Blake Heap. I mean, he's had a better first spring than a lot of people. Heck, he had a way better spring than what Deshaun Kaiser had the year before he took over as the starting quarterback. Not just a spring game, but spring period. But he's not where CJ was. No, not really close.
Agreed. Some of it too, I agree with everything that you said. Some of it too is the perception of it. CJ Carr was walking into a quarterback room where we hadn't seen that level of arm talent in quite some time in South Bend, whereas Noah Grubbs is walking into a quarterback room fresh off of CJ Carr's first collegiate year starting. So like we as fans and as media and analysts have seen it. You know what I mean? So it's to varying degrees, but I'm with you. I'm selling this one as well. It's just different levels.
I want to point some out here real quick too, Trev, just to give some people some context to the speed question that we were just talking about. So when you look at let me find this stats real quick here for Noah for Lathan Wisenton. But if you look at Jeremiah Love is a senior in track. He ran a 10.54 in April 15th, and that was his best time. He finished 7th at that meet. His other 400-meter dash times that year were 10.71, 10.8, 10.81, 10.85, 10.93. So that 10.54 was a bit of an anomaly for him. If you look at Lathan so far this track season, he's had 3 of those type of numbers. He's had 3 events already where he's ran a 10.5 or better. He's ran a 10.43, a 10.51, a 10.54, and a 10.69 so far this offseason in the 100-meter dash. So like his 10.43 was not an anomaly, where when you look at Jeremiah's, his 10.54 was significantly better than anything else he did. So that just gives and that was what Jeremiah did as a senior. Now also Jeremiah Love put on 20 pounds of pure muscle at Notre Dame and tapped into his potential. Jeremiah was just running track to run track. He wasn't like a guy that had trained for it, and his body type was different. Where you look at Lathan, he's already got these big old thick calves and hamstrings and all that kind of stuff, where Jeremiah was a lot skinnier as a senior in high school. So does Lathan have the ability to add several tenths of a second or a full tenth plus? I'd be willing to bet you that Jeremiah was probably like a high 4.4, low 4.5 the first day he shows up at Notre Dame. And then, of course, he adds to it. I think that Lathan's going to be a low 4.4, high 4.3 the day he shows up. But will he get any faster? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. He may not need to. If he's showing up as a high 4.4, maybe he does get faster. Just that part of his game is more realized than what Jeremiah's was. But when it's all said and done, his 40 time could end up being the same exact as Jeremiah's, or maybe even a little bit slower, because Jeremiah was a significantly more explosive back as a junior than he was as a freshman, because his body just had that development in him. And so I think that just adds some context to it. But like Lathan Wisenton is a lot closer to in size and weight to what Jeremiah Love was at the combine than he is to what Jeremiah Love was a senior in high school.
Yeah.
So it's just different stages of development, but like all those guys can flat out fly. No doubt about it.
Agreed. From Black Irish 864, our guy Christopher Galloway, Bisa hold the top 3 2-minute game-winning or tying drives in the last 15 years. So here's the 3 options. Option number 1 is 2023 versus Duke. Option number 2 is 2019 versus Virginia Tech. 2020 versus Clemson is the third option.
So 23 versus Duke, 2019 versus Virginia Tech, and 2020 versus Clemson. I'll buy for sure the Clemson one.
Yeah.
So are we just going to buy that these are the top three, or are we going to buy so hold each one? What do we want to do? A little bit of both. I'm going to sell that these are the best three. And just because there's a couple games that kind of pop into my head, Trev, 2014 Stanford was more for 2019 Virginia Tech. The 2019 Virginia Tech comeback, with all due respect, was frustrating because it should have never been a ball game to begin with. But if you remember, Everett threw a touchdown pass with 1:01 left. Now, technically, that drive started outside of 2 minutes. So you could maybe look at that. But I would count that. It finished with 1 minute left in the game. I would put that one in there. But there was a couple of those that they had. I mean, you could even talk about the, game winning or tying. I'm actually going to look it up real quick, but wasn't the Pitt game in 2012, wasn't that a game that Notre Dame tied it up in the last couple minutes? I believe. Let me go look at the box score on that one. So they tied that one up. No, it was right outside. It was 2:11 was left. So that one doesn't count. That was an overtime. So I missed on that one. But I'll buy Clemson, hold Duke, sell Virginia Tech. That Virginia Tech game was frustrating as heck. They should have had no business. You had Ian threw 2 interceptions in Tech territory. You had the fumble, Jafar Armstrong fumble at the goal line. That game should have been a blowout. That was an incredibly frustrating game. The other two were huge. The Duke finish was a great finish. The Clemson finish was a great finish against good teams.
Agreed. I'm with you. We have the same exact order. And then Bisa hold the most spectacular play in the 2-minute comeback of the three. So within those three options, what was the best play in those? The 4th and 16 run by Sam Hartman, which is Christopher Galloway's favorite. Ian Book's touchdown run against Virginia Tech, or Ian Book's pass to Avery Davis versus Clemson.
I'm buying the 4th and 16 run by Sam Hartman. That was a great play. Absolutely brilliant play by Sam. Clutch, offense was stalling out. Ian Book's touchdown run was, honestly, any quarterback could have done that one. His big pass to Avery Johnson or Avery Davis was bigger. And I would actually argue the big pass to Avery Davis gets all the credit. That was a pretty easy read, but a great throw, hitting Avery in stride. If you don't hit Avery in stride, you get tackled a lot sooner. Great read, but Avery spun that guy in circles on that post route. That was a great route by Avery. The tougher play for Ian was the touchdown pass to Avery. We had to scramble and then just threw a rope between two defenders to Avery for the touchdown. That was the more impressive play by Ian. Like that touchdown pass was the degree of difficulty for that touchdown pass was much greater than the post route to Avery. That was more of like Avery ran a great route, smoked the guy, don't screw it up with a bad pass. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The touchdown pass was the bigger play, like the much tougher play. That was a huge play by Ian on that touchdown pass for sure.
Yep, agreed. My order for this, I'm buying that Sam Hartman run. I'm holding the Avery Davis pass, or the Ian Book's pass to Avery Davis against Clemson, and I'm selling the touchdown run against Virginia Tech.
And if we're buying these are the three best, I'm kicking out the Ian Book TD run against Virginia Tech, and I'm putting in the touchdown pass to Ben Koyak at the end of the Stanford game of 2014. That's got to be in there. That was a great play. Buying time, getting your eyes downfield, and then throwing a rope in the corner in the rain. That was a heck of a pass.
Yeah.
Heck of a pass by Everett. And there's some others. If we really started to go through games, I'm sure there's some others. When did, actually, I don't think that was in the last 2 minutes. There's a couple like fourth quarter drives that I think of, but I don't think they were like where they kind of like there's drives and finishes where they won in the last 2 minutes, but like the Kyle Brenza game walk-off field goal against LSU in the Music City Bowl, but that was a drive that took over 5 minutes, so I don't count that as a 2-minute drive. You know what I mean? Same thing with the box score, or the box score, the game against LSU in 2017, where Notre Dame won 21-17, and Ian hits Miles Boykin late in the game. But again, I don't think that I don't believe that was a 2-minute drill, Trev. I'm actually looking that up right now to see when that touchdown pass. Actually, no, that would be a 2-minute drill. I'm putting that one in there. The 55-yard TD pass, because they did that at the 128 mark. The drive start. There was only a 35-second drive, so like that I count as a 2-minute drive. You got the ball, I think, like right outside the 2-minute mark. That's a 2-minute drive to me. And somebody said Samardzija to UCLA. That's the premise is the last 15 years. That was outside of the 15 years, but I'm going to put Ian's touchdown pass to Miles Boykin in that. That was a beautiful ball by Ian, and then great catch and run by Miles. I'll put that one in there before the Ian Book one, and I would say that one I would put a little bit ahead of Sam's as far as just spectacular, but I still put the one for Avery Davis, the Ian Book to the Avery Davis one in there because that was beating the number one team in the country. Like there was a lot more at stake in that game than any of the other games.
Yeah.
Somebody talked about Jack Cohn's touchdown pass against Toledo. That was a big moment. But again, that was another game where like, why were you coming back against Toledo? So it's hard for me to get too fired up about that one. I think the better one from Jack Cohn, though, that finish against Virginia Tech in 2021 was spectacular.
Yeah.
Because you not only had to get I just can't remember if it was do you remember, Trev, was it in the last 2 minutes? I thought it was. Let me look it up.
I think it was one of those where I think they scored within 2 minutes, but I don't know if the drive started outside 2 minutes.
It was. So the field goal drive was in the last 2 minutes. The touchdown pass happened at the 2:26 mark, but like that was a great finish because you not only had to throw the touchdown pass, but then you had to hit the 2-point conversion, and he threw that high ball to Kevin Austin. But then the game-winning field goal drive was on was with less than 2 minutes. Like that was a big one as well. I'd put that one over the other Virginia Tech one because again, that was a great game. You had to come back and win. The 2019 Virginia Tech game was just a crap game, and you finally came back against a team that wasn't very good. I don't get too fired up about that one. But they've had several of those, but Sam's play against Duke was a heck of a play. Heck of a play.
Yeah, because of some of the confines of talking about like the games in which they happened, I get personally for me, and I wouldn't put it amongst the top 3 in these lists, but Kaiser to Fuller against Virginia was fun. I was in college watching that game. That was crazy. And then
that was in the last 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. The whole drive was in the last 2 minutes because it was they scored with 12 seconds left. And the drive took 1:42. So that one would definitely count. That was a finesse. I'd put that in there over a couple of those plays as well. That's a good one, Trev.
Yep. And then I agree with you about the Toledo thing because of the level of the opponent. It was just such a football play watching Jack Cohn get his finger popped in on the sideline running and then throw a tutty. I thought that was sick. It was against Toledo, so I can't put it up in a list that consists of games on the road against Duke. Yeah. Or, at home against the number one team in the country in Clemson. But that individual play was baller.
Yep. That was a heck of a play. He was such an underrated player at Notre Dame. He was. If it wasn't for Jack Cohn, they're an 8-4 team that year.
Yeah.
They lose to Toledo. They probably lose to Virginia Tech. He was a very underrated player for Notre Dame. Agreed. I wish he got more respect from Notre Dame fans.
Some more here from Christopher Galloway, Black Irish 864. These were the top 3 states for offensive line talent over the last 10 years, Texas, Florida, and Georgia.
I honestly, Chris, I don't know the answer to this question. I would assume that's a bye, but I mean, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell. I'm actually going to look it up and see if there's something that, see. Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I feel like one of the northern states that produces a bunch of guys that like Notre Dame gets, like a Pennsylvania, a Michigan, a Wisconsin, like where you're just getting a bunch of corn-fed kids. Like I feel like that could be up there too, but I have to imagine Texas, Florida, and Georgia would be amongst some of the leaders.
Yeah. Just quickly looking at an AI thing, so who knows how accurate this is because somebody put a thing on the board about how the freshman record for rushing yards at Notre Dame is Vegas Ferguson. That's what AI told him. It's not accurate. But it does say Texas, Florida, California, and Georgia are the 4. So I guess I'll have to buy that.
Then these four schools, known as O-Line U, have produced the most NFL talent over the last 10 years: Alabama, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Wisconsin.
Yeah, Notre Dame I would put in there. Alabama you have to put in there. They put a lot of NFL linemen. I would put Ohio. I would put Georgia in there. I would not put Ohio State in there. Ohio State has not put a ton of offensive linemen in the NFL in recent years. They've put some for sure, but I'm going to look that up. I'm just giving you numbers off the top of my head and just kind of feel. Wisconsin has, in the last 10 years, I also would not put in there. Wisconsin hasn't produced offensive linemen like they have in the past.
Yeah,
I don't. Go ahead, Trev.
I feel like if you're going to go with two Big Ten teams, I would have went with Michigan and Iowa over Ohio State and Wisconsin. And as far as like putting offensive linemen in the NFL.
Yeah. See, Ohio State, 5, 6, 7 in the last 10 years at tackle. Let's go 8, 9, 10. Ohio State's produced a lot more than 9, 10. And then center, they've had a couple centers. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They've actually produced some more offensive linemen than I thought the last 10 years. I'm curious to see where Michigan is in this conversation. But so that Michigan is, let's see here. Michigan has got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Excuse me, 4, 5, 4. Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And let's see, 11, 12, 13, 14. So you're 15. You're correct on Michigan being more than Ohio State and Wisconsin. Alabama, yes. Notre Dame, yes. I'd put Georgia has produced a lot of NFL offensive linemen lately. Iowa's produced a lot of NFL offensive linemen lately. Those are schools that put it. Penn State's had a decent amount of offensive linemen get drafted in recent years as well. So Wisconsin, Chris, if we'd have had this conversation 5, 6 years ago, I think we'd be having a different conversation about it. Yeah. See, Penn State's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Excuse me, that was outside the 10 years. 5, 6. Yeah, Penn State not, like I said, Penn State's not as much as those other twos, but they're getting there. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. So they're getting close. So yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of those teams. A lot of that production. Let's see, what's Notre Dame at? I'm curious what they're at. What the heck? Okay. Notre Dame in the last, let's see, 1, 2, last 10 years, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see here. That's just tackle. 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. Notre Dame's had 11. So, yeah, I think we got a good feel on that one. Texas A&M went through a really good stretch there for a while in the early 2010s, but they haven't been as high. But they're going to probably, I would say they'll probably have at least 3 guys drafted off this year's draft class. And I think Notre Dame will add 2. I think at least Billy Stroud, I think, gets drafted, and then we'll see if Emil gets picked or not. But Notre Dame's going to start putting a lot of offensive linemen again in the NFL here moving forward. For
Agreed.
Sure.
Then the Pittsburgh Steelers' best centers: Mike Webster, DeMonte Dawson, or Marquise Pouncey.
Man, that's a tough one. Just my gut, I would buy DeMonte Dawson. I would hold Mike Webster simply because I saw Mike Webster late in his career, but he was their starting center on all those great 70s Super Bowl teams. He was the guy that didn't have any teeth. And then I would sell Marquise Pouncey, but they were all great players. I'm actually curious who made more Pro Bowls. Let's go Mike Webster. Let's see him. He passed away in 2002. Let's see here. He made 6 first-team All-Pro lists. Let's see, Dermontti Dawson. Let's see here. Where's he at? He made how many first-team All-Pro lists did he make? He made 6 of them, 7 Pro Bowls, and Mike Webster was a 9-time Pro Bowler. And let's look at Marquise Pouncey. See what his numbers project, at least in that regard. And then part of that can be a little misleading because you may be a great lineman, but you're in an era where there's an even greater lineman. But yeah, Marquise Pouncey, 2 first-team All-Pros, 3 second-team All-Pros. Dermontti Dawson had 6 first-team All-Pros, 7 Pro Bowls. He was on the 90s All-Decades team. Mike Webster is interesting, Trev. He was on the 70s and 80s All-Decade team. But he was 6-time first-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro. Resume-wise, you got to give it to Mike Webster. It's just I only saw the 1980s version of Mike Webster, which is still pretty good, but not the Super Bowl team Mike Webster. So I'll still go Dermontti Dawson for me, but Mike Webster has a better resume. And selling Marquise Pouncey because his resume doesn't compare to those other 3 guys. And I think Marquise Pouncey is a very good player, but I don't think he was like an all-time great like that.
How about Denver Broncos wide receivers, Brian? We got Vance Johnson, Steve Watson, and Ed McCaffrey.
Of those 3, I'm going to buy Ed McCaffrey. I'm going to hold Vance Johnson, and I'm going to still sell Steve Watson. Steve Watson was a really underrated player. Steve Watson was actually Elway's top target when he first came up. So because he was there. He was a 1,000-yard receiver in 1983. That was always rookie year. He was a 1,000-yard receiver the next year, but 915 and 85. So Steve Watson was a really good player. He had more production, I would argue, than Vance Johnson did, for much of his career, but he just wasn't as dynamic. Vance only had 1,000-yard season, but Vance was a really dynamic player that just kind of had big moments. And Vance was also a guy that would return kicks or return punts and things like that. But Ed McCaffrey didn't play with Elway as long, but Ed McCaffrey was a dog. And then one other thing that sets Ed McCaffrey apart from maybe some of those other guys is Ed McCaffrey might be the best blocking wide receiver I've ever seen in my life. And then not just because he laid out Brian Williams in the Super Bowl and then pointed at him, you know what I mean? But he just was a dominant run blocker. He was a great run blocker. So I'd buy him. And I like the fact that he left out Rod Smith because then it's a no-brainer. He went with 3 other guys. I'd go buy Ed McCaffrey, holds Vance Johnson, sell Steve Watson. But if you want to take Steve Watson over those guys, I'd be okay with that too. Yeah. But that would be where I would go. The greatest Broncos receiver ever, however, is Rod Smith. It's not close. Rod Smith should be in the Hall of Fame. It's a travesty that Rod Smith has yet to be elected into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm still upset about that. Very upset about that. You guys want to say 4, 5, 6, 8,000-yard seasons, finished his career with 849 catches, finished his career with over 11,000 yards, 68 touchdowns, 2-time Super Bowl champ, had over 100 yards in the Super Bowl against the Falcons. So he had big moments, in my opinion. He should be a Hall of Famer, in my opinion. He should, but it is what it is.
Good resume to be one.
Heck yeah, man. I bet you Rod Smith would say I wouldn't trade Hall of Fame for those 2 Super Bowls. So, yeah.
Some more for Black Irish 864. With the new Notre Dame rule possibly going into effect this season, Notre Dame will still find ways to fool opposing special teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher, though. I mean, that's the whole rule is designed to not let Notre Dame do some of that creative stuff, but I imagine that they'll still find ways to do it. Yeah. That's one thing I give Marty Biaggi a lot of credit for. He's very creative in those areas.
Agreed. This is a buy for me as well. Let the mad scientists go to work and get in the lab and draw something up. I think it'll happen.
It's just it'll look different because the rules are different. But he'll come up with something.
With the offense that I think Notre Dame is going to have this year, hopefully they're just not in too many situations where they're running fake punts.
Or they'll do it kind of like we saw 2 years ago where they're doing it like up 40 against Virginia or something like that, or to put a game away kind of thing, something like that.
Agreed. Then Biso hold Alberto Mendoza at Georgia Tech. If he was all that and a bag of chips, he would have stayed and battled for the starting position at IU.
I agree. I kind of buy that. Yeah, I'm not sold on Alberto Mendoza. Yeah, I think if he was that good of a player, why would they have just not even given him a look? I mean, they didn't even consider him staying in Indiana and being the quarterback. So yeah, I'm gonna buy that one, Chris.
I am as well. That's the one thing that's interesting about I think the next step in the evolution for Kurt Cignetti is to develop a quarterback. What I mean by that is like a homegrown kid, because he's starting this trend of going out, and I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not working. They've lost 2 games doing it in 2 years, but they went out and got Curtis Rourke, who was very experienced. They went out and they got Fernando Mendoza, who was extremely experienced, and now they went out and got Josh Hoover, who's very experienced. So I wonder if just Alberto Mendoza kind of saw the writing on the wall and was like, he just wants somebody that started games before. So I'm with you. But if he was that guy, I think Sig would have seen it. So I think it's kind of somewhere in between. That's how I kind of look at it. I'll be interested to see how that goes moving forward.
Agree.
Then death match. He-Man, Thundar the Barbarian, or Lion-O of the Thundercats. This is only for Brian because Trev isn't old enough to remember these shows.
Yes, you are not. So Thundar the Barbarian came out like in 1980, Trev. Like I was 2 when that one came out. I don't remember that one as much. So I had to do a little bit of research to refresh my memory on Thundar. But I'd buy He-Man, hold Lion-O, and sell Thundar the Barbarian. And here's my reasons why. So first of all, He-Man, his sword obviously gave him power, and his sword had power. But like when He-Man he was the weapon. The one difference between him and Lion-O is Lion-O, the great weapon, wasn't like he got power from the sword, but the sword was the power. Where once He-Man transformed into He-Man from Prince Adam, he was the power, and the sword was his weapon. He was the primary weapon, though. It was him. With Lion-O, the sword was still the power. You know what I mean? Like now, Lion-O got power from it because he went from like a kid to a grown up when he got the sword. But the sword was the thing that did all. It could give him sight. It could, he could shoot it at people. Like the sword was still the weapon. And with He-Man, like, yes, the sword was there, but he was the weapon. And I think that makes him a different. Thundar the Barbarian was basically a human with like barbarian stuff, but with like advanced technology, because it's like a post-apocalyptic 1,000 years down the road type of situation. So I'd sell him on that one. But yeah, He-Man, it's tough to go against He-Man, just because again what is the thing? He's the most powerful man in the universe. Oh, that Lion-O's in that universe technically, but yeah, Lion-O is a bad dude. I loved Lion-O as a character, but just as an individual thing, it'd be tough. It'd be tough because you take the swords away, and it's a no-brainer. Then the question is there enough power in Lion-O's sword to defeat He-Man if He-Man also has his sword? Because now He-Man has a sword that can shoot things and do damage, but He-Man as a individual is more powerful than Lion-O as an individual. So yeah. That's where I'm still very excited about that movie coming out in June, Trev, by the way.
I am too. I have no premise of it, but it'll be, at the bare minimum, in my eyes, it'll be it's kind of like what I like to call like a dumb guy brain movie, which is one of my favorite genres of movies, because I can just go in, be in awe at the action, and then have a great 1.5 to 2.5 hours and then leave.
I hope they make it. I hope it's the beginning of a series of movies, though. I'm not going to lie. Just don't screw it up like you screwed up Superman.
From Joe Alt Superfan, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame 2024 Shamrock Series versus Army's 250th anniversary unis is an all-time uni matchup we never got. Gray and blue and gold versus white and silver.
I'm looking up the Army uniforms. I don't know that I've seen them yet, Trev. Give me a second to look those up. Did those just come out?
I'm not sure.
Let me see here. Let me go see if I can find them on X. I saw some things there. Let me see here. But if just give me a second. Just give me a second. I'm going to look these up here real quick. Did they release them recently? It doesn't look like they're Okay, that's the spring game stuff. They had a spring game. Let me see if I can find these unis real quick, and then I'll answer your question. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I'm probably going to like the Army ones better because the red, white, and blue and what they signify and all that, but I can't say that for sure.
Yeah, it's like the old-timey script on the back. And then it's like in the same font that like you see a lot of cups and stuff have like "We the People." So that's really cool. The helmets are silver, and then the unis I think are all white.
Oh, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. I'm still trying to find the tweet about it, but go ahead, Trev.
It was the game that they played against Navy, I think, last year.
They were then. Oh, they're not the ones for this year. Okay, because this is the okay. So it was for the 2025 Army Navy game. Yeah, I do see what you're saying about the text. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, that'd have been nice to see. I remember those a little bit. Yeah, I just not as much red, white, and blue on there as I would like. But yeah, that'd have been pretty sweet to see. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Then Wisconsin, with not having to play the top half of the Big Ten this year and the additions they made, will be an 8-win football team or better.
I'm gonna sell that. I think Wisconsin is going to be improved, Trev, but I can't get to 8 wins. Their schedule's softer than it was last year, but it's still not a cakewalk. I have trouble still seeing them getting to 8 wins. I mean, number one, they're going to have a non-conference loss, which makes it harder. So now you got to be 6-3 in the Big Ten, and you've got to play at Penn State, at UCLA, at Iowa, at Maryland, at Purdue, and then you've got home games against Michigan State, USC, Rutgers, and Minnesota. Again, no Ohio State, no Oregon, no Michigan, but still good teams on the schedule. And you've got to go 6-3 against that. I don't see them getting quite there. If they do get there, it'll be 8 wins. Like they won't be, more than that. Like the better part won't be there, but I think it's probably more just get bowl eligible is kind of more of where I see it. They'd have to kind of hit the inside straight on just beating everybody they're supposed to beat in order to go 8-4 or better.
Yeah, this is a sell for me too, and this is coming from somebody who's been relatively high on Wisconsin this year. Right now, FanDuel has their over/under win totals at 6.5. I think that's the proper line to set. I'm with you. I like the additions that they made in the transfer portal this offseason. I've been very open about that. I think their schedule is more favorable than what it was last year. Excuse me, but some of that comes down to my faith in Luke Fickell as a head coach. Or is he going to be able to get the job done in the same way? Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. So that's where some of my hesitation lies. That's where I'm selling it. Some more from Joe Alt, Superfan, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will give up no more than 6 passing touchdowns in the regular season and will go 3 consecutive games without giving up a passing touchdown.
Hard sell. Yeah, very hard sell. I mean, the elite pass defense they had in 2024 or 2023, was it 2023? I'm looking it up. I think it was 23. They had an elite pass defense in 2023 and didn't play a lot of great teams that year that could throw the football outside of Caleb Williams because Ohio State wasn't a vintage Ohio State year throwing the football. You gave up 8 touchdown passes all year, 7 in the regular season. Like and this like that, but that was in a different. That was a defense that was geared towards stopping the pass first and foremost. This one is not. They gave up 14 touchdown passes last year. Trev, they gave up 7 in the first 3 games. So even in the last 9, they still gave up 7 touchdown passes. And yeah, the secondary is going to be great, but you're going to give up probably half that number in just garbage touchdowns in games. So I can't go there. I think they could be better than 14 potentially, but I'm not going with no more than 6 in the regular season. I can't do it.
No, this is a sell for me as well.
I could see 3 consecutive games without giving up a passing touchdown. I think that's somewhat reasonable. I could see a world in which like Wisconsin, Rice, and Michigan State don't pass for a touchdown to start the season. I mean, you could certainly see something like that, or maybe Rice, Michigan State, and Purdue, or Purdue, North Carolina, Stanford, something like that. I mean, I could see that. I could see even Stanford, BYU, and Navy. being a 3-game stretch because Navy could score 20-plus points and not throw a touchdown pass, and BYU could, throw okay, but punch a couple of rushing touchdowns in instead of passing touchdowns. It's possible, but overall, I think they'll give up more than 6, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that over half of them get knocked out between Miami and SMU. That's not me saying that I think that they could lose. They each, Darian Mensah and Kevin Jennings, could both throw for 2 touchdowns apiece, and Notre Dame could still win by 15. That doesn't,
Right.
That's not indicative of the win or the loss. But
Right.
four of the 6 could come across 2 games.
Right.
I mean, that's 6 passing touchdowns in the regular season would be crazy. That would be nuts.
We have another question similar to this one later, Trev, that will kind of have finish the conversation for sure. That's a really good season, and I don't see that from a defense. And this isn't even a criticism of Chris Ash. I mean, the best defense in the country last year was Ohio State, gave up 7, and that was playing a really soft regular season schedule. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
Sticking with Notre Dame's schedule, buy-sell hold Syracuse is a trap game.
Yeah, I'll buy that. We don't really know what Syracuse is going to be. I could see a world in which Notre Dame's 11-0, 10-1. Syracuse is having a rough year, and you got to worry about overlooking them. Sure, I get that. And also it's the day after Thanksgiving and all that kind of stuff. But I have a feeling that if Notre Dame is 10-1 or 11-0, that they're going to know what's in front of them, and the leave no doubt is going to be like that is the game where I think the leave no doubt motto is going to be used the most by the coaches going into a game. You know what I mean? Like, guys, we've come this far. We can't, I don't care what Syracuse's record is. And I'm more worried about it if they're struggling. They're like 5-6 or 4-7 or something like that. But sure, it could be. It won't be my number 1 trap game, but it's a potential trap game. 11-0, and it's Thanksgiving week, and Syracuse is struggling, and Steve Angeli's trying to do something crazy. And sure, it's possible. It's possible. Unlikely, but possible.
Yeah, this one's just a sell for me. It's hard for me to imagine the final game of the regular season being a trap game. In my mind, I define a trap game as where you're looking ahead to something. I understand you have the postseason, but when I think a trap game, it's like you're thinking ahead to, Navy could be a trap game because you have Miami the next week at home. It's like maybe or something like that, but it'd be hard for me to wrap my mind around this is a trap game because in 35 days we play.
It's more so about we've got the playoff locked down, and this team sucks. Like you fall into that trap, and but again, I still don't see it because if they're 11-0, 10-1 in the top 12, and Syracuse is not a good team, I think you're going to see that coaching staff is going to be all over them that week about leave no doubt, leave no doubt, leave no doubt, leave no doubt. We can't come this far and overlook this team. To your point, Jeff, we'll have all this time off after this. We're going to let it all hang out. But again, they're still kids, and I could see, them not taking Syracuse seriously if they're that bad. But if Syracuse is struggling, and they just beat that team 70-7 last year, Like they're going to overlook that team to some degree, Trev, unless they're like 9-2. But like I watched Miami with the playoffs on the line jump up to a 21-0 lead at Syracuse and fold. Notre Dame isn't Miami, but it's like you could see it happening, and that's the trap I could see them falling into. But it would not be my top trap game pick for 2026. We will pick that as we get closer to the season, Trevor. It will most likely not be Syracuse.
No, Syracuse just isn't even on my radar, with all due respect. I don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Hope I am. Or hope I'm right. Excuse me. Hope I'm right.
Yeah, it's like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait a second.
Getting into the next part of the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel.
No, keep going. But before you get to the next question, we have a couple super chats.
Oh, okay. Well, my apologies. Well, we're rolling here on the Irish Breakdown podcast.
That's my bad. You're good.
Rolling here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We got the buy-sell hold going on. We got the buy-sell hold going on today with Moneybag Jake getting us kicked off here but not before we get to a couple of super chats.
Yeah. So
Super
I want
chat.
to read this one because Riley Erdman kind of left this one as a question, and so it was later changed to a Bisa hold. So let's put this in the form of a Bisa hold, Trev, and I'll kick it to you. Bisa hold, the Notre Dame defense will have a similarly disorganized look in the first game or two this year like they had last year.
I'm going to hope sell it. This doesn't even get into the discussion of, will the play calling be good? Will we see more man versus more zone? Will the zone be more aggressive? It just shouldn't look disorganized. Like, I understand they're getting new position coaches, but from the top down, you still have Marcus Freeman, who's going into his second year with Chris Ash as his defensive coordinator. Chris Ash is going into year 2. You return 2 captains. Your only 2 returning captains on the team are on this side of the football. Boubacar, Bryce, Jason Onye, Drake Bowen, Kingston Viliama-Asa, Jaden Osbury, Jalen Sneed, Adon Schuler, Tay Johnson, Leonard Moore, and Christian Gray all started in this defense last year. So play calling aside, schematics aside, it should not look as disorganized as it should have. So I'm hard selling that. And if it is, I think that there's a bigger issue.
Agree. I'm going to hope sell this one as well.
Another super chat from our guy, Drew Rainey, UT Irish 55. Appreciate you. Okay, showing my age today, but buy, sell, hold. This is the most excitement you've had for Notre Dame football preseason since 1993. See you in North Carolina, or in the national championship, not North Carolina.
Yeah, well, maybe both. Look, Trev, I've got to buy this. I was literally asked this question on the board the other day. Somebody said, when was the last time you were this excited about a season? And I said, it's one response, 1993. I mean, with all due respect to 2006 and last year, and this is the most excited I've been about a team going into a season, 1993. Bye. Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that completely. From Moneybag Jake, buy, sell, hold. We will see meaningful reps from these wide receivers this season. Quincy Porter, Micah Gilbert, Cam Williams, Jaden Greathouse, Mylan Graham, Jordan Faison, Elijah Burris, and Bubba Frazier.
I mean, I'll buy that. It's possible. I have, barring injury, I have a hard time saying, though, 8 guys get meaningful reps. And if there is an injury, then there's a chance that one of those guys who has the injury doesn't get meaningful reps. That meaningful reps for 8 guys is a challenge, but it's not impossible, because meaningful doesn't have to mean they're all getting 40 a game. Meaningful could be Bubba Frazier comes in for 12 snaps a game, but in all those games he gets 3 touches, and it's early game downs and different things like that. And certainly possible that all 8 of those guys in certain situations could get meaningful downs. You and I have talked about they could have a rotation of 6 guys this year, but it's not the same 6 necessarily every game. And so, yeah, I think it's possible that this could happen. I think it's most likely it'll be more 6 to 7 get meaningful downs and meaningful snaps, barring injury this season. I think 8's just maybe 1 or 2 too many, but certainly could see it.
Yeah, we see that very much the same. I mean, look, meaningful reps just in the season doesn't even have to get into averages. I mean, KK Smith played meaningful reps against NC State. It's not like he came in when the game was well endowed. He played meaningful reps that game. It's just, which is why it was so confusing that he didn't see any meaningful reps the following week when they hosted USC. But just meaningful reps throughout the season, yeah, I absolutely buy this list. And then he goes on to ask if the above rotation is too deep. The first one out is Bubba Frazier.
Sell. It won't be Bubba. I won't say who it is. And I'm not saying that to be cryptic. I don't know who it is, but I think the one thing about Bubba Frazier that is why I sell is he's the one kid that's got the unique skill set of this group.
Agreed.
That you definitely want to get more on the field. Yeah.
Then Joey O'Brien will surpass Ethan Long in the 2 deep.
Yeah, I buy that. I mean, he might have already done so. Look, I don't want to read too much into the Jersey scrimmage, but I believe Joey O'Brien was on the second team, was the first guy to come out on the second team at safety, I think. I have to go back and look more into that, but that's what you and I were discussing afterwards. That's what our impression was. So, yeah, and I think if he's even if Ethan is slightly ahead of Joey right now, you give him all summer and fall camp, I just don't think that's going to be the case. Yeah.
Yep, we see that the same. And then the running back battle will not necessarily be about most skilled, but the most healthy and available.
I mean, there's always that. I mean, there's always that is the case. But I think at the end of the day, the battle is still comes down to skill. I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but let's just say two of the 5 running backs are injured. Well, the starter's still going to come down to, of the 3 healthy, who's the most skilled and ready to perform. I mean, if the same 3 that were out this spring are only 2 healthy for the season, which we've seen at Notre Dame before, 2019 Georgia game, that's still the guy that's going to start is still going to be about who's able to project their skill the most effectively. It still comes down to skill. It just skill and availability determines who's in the battle. It won't ultimately determine who wins the battle unless there's literally 4 injured guys and there's only 1 scholarship running back left over. That's the only way that skill doesn't still determine who plays and who wins the job and things like that. Availability determines who's in the battle. The winner of the battle will be determined ultimately from that group who has the best, who can project their skill most effectively.
100%. And then the linebacker rotation of Drake Bowen, Kingston Viliama-Asa, Jaden Ausberry, Matt Framo, and Jalen Sneed will be deep enough for a championship run.
Absolutely. No question. Easy buy. That's as deep of a linebacker room. And you also got to think, too, we're talking about a 2 linebacker defense. So, you get to 4 deep just to have your first and second team, and you just listed 5. So, yeah, this is an absolute buy for me. You could lose 2 of these guys to season-ending injuries, and you're still going to have enough to have a really good rotation.
Yeah, out of all the position groups on the team, this is the one I'm the most confident in saying that this linebacker rotation is the deepest to make a championship run. Starters, I mean, yeah, secondary is absolutely loaded, but if we're talking about like deep in rotation, the linebacker room, I think, takes the cake for me.
I mean, Trev, we're watching the spring game. We're watching the Jersey scrimmage this last week. And no Kingston, no Drake, no Matt Framo limited. And we're watching the 2 starters. You're like, dude, this isn't a bad starting linebacker room. There's a lot of teams on Notre Dame's schedule that would be thrilled to have Jaden Ausberry and Mike and Jalen Sneed at will. And that has like no chance of being the starting lineup in the fall. That's an incredibly deep linebacker room.
100%.
Now the key is Brian Jean-Marie starting to get that recruiting back to where it was before last couple of years where there's been some little bit of a drop off from a top to bottom standpoint. I'm clicking it. It's not going. There we go.
From the history expert, buy, sell, hold. The offensive line's floor and ceiling are higher than you thought they were before spring practice began.
I'm going to sell that, but I think I'm going to sell it because it's the floor and ceiling is kind of what I hoped it would be. It just confirmed what we hoped it would be. Yep. And if we hoped it would be, then it doesn't surpass like what we thought it could be. So like when I think of something is higher than I thought it was pre-spring, the kicking situation, you think of, I'm trying to think of another position where maybe that would be the case. Quarterback, if CJ goes down, I feel a lot better about right now than I did when the spring started. Offensive line, it's like, no, we thought this is what they could be, and they've showed that they so far are what they, at least in April, they are what we hoped they could be. What I would say, history expert, where I'll try to give honor to your question is I'm more confident that they're going to be able to live up to their floor and possibly ceiling this season than I was going into spring. Because at least now we see it, where prior to the spring, we had seen a grand total of 0 snaps from the first team offense that had a Will Black at a left tackle or an Anthony Knapp at guard or Sullivan Absher at right guard or Gerby Lambert at right tackle. In fact, going into spring practice, the only player on the roster who was lining up at a position where he had started a game ever was Joe Otting. So that left a little, well, I think it can be this or this floor ceiling, but I need to see it confirmed because maybe I'm wrong on the floor. Maybe the floor's lower than I thought it was. No, floor is what I thought it was, and the ceiling is there. They haven't reached their ceiling yet, but what we believe their ceiling is, which is that of a top 3 offensive line, was confirmed. But it hasn't changed what my ceiling is. My floor of it being a top 10 offensive line was confirmed by what we saw this spring. So that's how I'd answer that one. So it's a good question. I just wanted to make sure I give honor to it, other than just like sell. They are what we thought they were, kind of thing.
No, I get you. For me, I sell the ceiling. We've spent the last 2 years talking about what the ceiling of this offensive line room could be. I'm championship caliber, Joe Moore award winning. That's where the confirmation comes in of just having to see it. I'll be honest. I buy the floor. For me specifically, it's higher than what I thought. Not because I thought that they were going to be bad, but it's me. I had to see it. Like I understand. Like Will Black is an exceptional talent. I had yet to see him take a rep at left tackle. Like Anthony Knapp projects to the inside. I needed to see him hold his own against Tion Gray and Jason Onye and Francis Brew, like outside of just projecting it of, well, I watched him demolish Mikhail Kamara, so I think he can just do it to Tion Gray. Like I needed to be in person to see that. I needed to watch it be successful. I needed to see them just put Sullivan Absher in one spot and just leave him there. And I've seen all those things, and now I think the floor is higher. That's truthfully. From Law Dog, buy, sell, hold. If the team had to play all season with just the players who played in the spring game, you'd still predict them to make the playoffs.
Okay, I got to say something first before I read Law Dog's question, okay? Because I believe Law Dog is a lawyer, and that's where his name comes from. But I can't help but every time I hear the word Law Dog, I hear it in Ike Clanton voice. Trevor, have you seen Tombstone yet? Have you gone back and watched it yet? So there's a character named Ike Clanton, and he calls Wyatt Earp Law Dog. Law don't go right here. He calls him, hey, what's the Law Dog? So every time you read that, I just hear it in the Ike Clanton voice, which totally messes it up for me, and I don't look at the way it's intended. But yes, that's my bad. So yes, anytime I see Law Dog, and I'll bet you if I knew Law Dog well, which I think I do in the chat, I bet you that's kind of partly where the Law Dog came from. But yes, I think he's also a lawyer. But yes, Law Dog, you got to watch it, Trev. I'm telling you, man, you will not regret watching Tombstone. It is one of the best, my favorite movies ever. And the job that Val Kilmer does in that movie as Doc Holliday is one of the best acting jobs I've ever seen. And then, yes, Chris, shut up, Ike. He wins a hand. And Curly Bill goes, shut up, Ike, because he wins a hand. So, yes, very, very, very great movie. But, yeah, every time I hear that, I hear Law Dog in the Ike Clanton voice. Law, don't go around here, you hear? So, yeah, sorry about that, Law Dog. But anyway, if the team had to play all season with just the players who played in the spring game, you'd still predict them to make the playoffs. I mean, probably, Trev, probably, but it would be a lot tougher, and I wouldn't predict 12-0. I think they'd drop a game because the linebacking group isn't as strong. They still have a great secondary. They still have a great D-line. Not having Onye would sting a little bit. Not having Ashton Craig would sting a little bit. You're very thin at running back now. You're an injury away at running back from being in a real pickle, but their offensive line would still be very good. They'd still have the, in my opinion, best quarterback in college football. Great receiver room, coming in. Tight end room. You had everybody except for Ian Premer out there this spring. Your D-line would still be loaded. The question would just be, would the linebacker, going back to the previous question, would the linebacker depth be strong enough to get through an entire 12-game season without Kingston and Drake and a limited Madden Faremo? Because, I mean, technically Madden Faremo played, so you'd have Madden. You just wouldn't have Drake and Kingston. But you just can't take Drake Bowen and Kingston Villamasa off and Jason Onye off of defense and Dallas Golden off of defense. And you're like, nah, 12 games without those guys, you're going to keep rolling. Like, I just can't do it. I feel more confident in the offense being really good than I would the defense. You're talking about losing like kind of your heart and soul in Drake and Kingston and Jason Onye. Like, you're right up the middle. You're losing your most talented dudes. That's a major blow for an entire season. If like that happened in like November, could you maybe get by in November? Yeah, sure, but 12 games, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would definitely still predict them to make the playoffs, but we're not having the conversation of like, are they going to be the 1 seed with the bye, the 3 seed with the bye? Are they going to be hosting at 5th? It's like, okay, they're going to be hosting at like 7th or like, you know what I mean? It'd be more that conversation. Would they be playing in the 8-9 game, either on the road, just barely, or at home, just barely? But I would still predict them to make it. They're not the overall favorites by a landslide on FanDuel just because of the players that they're missing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's everything all combined. So that's where I'm at. Then the pass rush in the spring game concerned you.
No. I'm going to sell it. Again, they weren't really trying to ramp up the pass rush. It just didn't seem like they were doing so. Watching Boubacar Traore put that sick move on Gerby Lambert, it did not bother me. A couple things about it. Number one, this is a defense that this offense had seen all spring. They know what's coming. Number two, part of this is how good the offensive line was. I mean, that's kind of that's a big part of the conversation is how good the offensive line was. And I thought the couple times there was some pressure, CJ got the ball out quickly. We didn't see them blitz a whole lot. That's why I keep saying, Trev, I think that this was more of them working on some stuff than it was this is the best we're going to see of the Notre Dame defense this spring. Maybe I'm being naive, but I just don't think it was that was the case. But no, I didn't concern me. There's a couple times they got pressure and it forced CJ to get the ball out quickly. So no, I'm not overly concerned about it. And CJ would have got sacked a couple times if they were allowed to tackle him,
Yeah.
So does CJ make the same reads on a couple throws if he knows he could get drilled and driven into the ground? Who knows? I mean, there's just a lot of things you don't know. But no, it doesn't concern me right now. It doesn't.
It doesn't. Again, we see that very much the same, man. I said that after practice. I was like, I think today was intentional. Like, I just don't think that there was a heavy focus of heating up the quarterback or things like that. Like, I don't think pass defense was the biggest focus of that practice.
But like, even if it wasn't, we've seen Boubacar, we've seen Bryce Young, we've seen Keon Keeley, we've seen, you know what I mean? Like, at some point in time, when you're watching an inter-squad scrimmage, you have to ask yourself, was the lack of success from this group because they're just not that good, or is maybe the group they're going against really flipping good? I mean, that's part of it too.
And by so hold, Jaden Greathouse has entered Charles Jagasaw territory.
So, I mean, he's played so many more games than Charles Jagasaw. It's not even funny. Like, I get it. It's frustrating, but I'd pick somebody other than Charles Jagasaw to compare him to. No, I mean, Charles Jagasaw missed 2 full seasons of football where he played 2 playoff games. That's it. So, I mean, Jaden Greathouse last year has played in more games than Charles Jagasaw has played as a starter in 3 years. So, no, it's frustrating, but I can't quite put him into the Charles Jagasaw category.
Ask me.
I want you to buy it just because of the response that somebody put into the chat.
Ask me again in the fall. That's my answer. Then best directors: Steven Spielberg, Quentin Tarantino, Martin Scorsese.
I mean, Trev, if you want to take a crack at this one, you can take a crack at this one. I'd lean towards probably Steven Spielberg. I'd probably buy Steven Spielberg, hold Martin Scorsese, and sell Quentin Tarantino. They're all good directors. Quentin Tarantino's movies are more hit or miss for me, and I haven't seen all of his movies. Like, I never saw Django Unchained, and there's several of his movies I haven't seen. Some of his stuff I really like. Some of his stuff I don't really like at all. I mean, Martin Scorsese's got some all-time greats. Raging Bull was a great movie. Goodfellas, obviously, great movie. I didn't love Casino. I don't know what you thought about that. I love Casino. A lot of his more recent work I haven't loved or haven't watched. I never watched The Departed. I never watched The Wolf of Wall Street. I thought The Irishman was not a very good movie and very poorly, very poor. It was very poor historical. It just was so far off of history, of what actually happened and different things. I didn't really love that one, but Spielberg to me his stuff is more timeless, I guess is maybe the phrase I'm looking for here. So that would be the direction I would go. Scorsese had some great hits, but I just think if we're going to compare hits, I would still probably go with Steven Spielberg, Trev. That's quite the track record. You know what I mean? And even though I haven't seen the movie in actually I've seen this movie, but it's been a long time. But Schindler's List was obviously a big one. Jaws was, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I don't know if you've ever seen that's an older movie. Raiders of the Lost. I mean, the Indiana Jones series, Empire of the Sun. I don't know if you ever saw that with Christian Bale. That was a very interesting movie. Jurassic Park, Saving Private Ryan, which I've now seen. There's so many great movies in there, man. It's just I would have to give him the edge on that one.
Yeah, I'm buying Quentin Tarantino. He's my favorite director. I love every Quentin Tarantino movie. I've been disappointed. I'd probably hold Steven Spielberg. And then I'm selling Martin Scorsese just because between the three directors, he has the movies that I like the least. And it's not that I don't love his movies.
What do you mean? Do explain. I'm just curious what that means. Like the movies.
I'm selling Martin Scorsese.
Like you didn't like his great movies, or you liked them all, but you liked them the least. That's what I'm trying to
do. I liked all of them, but I liked his the least between Spielberg's movies and Tarantino's movies. Yep.
Got it. Makes sense. Honestly, if you were to say to respond to that, Trev, if you were to say of my favorite Martin Scorsese movies and compare them to my favorite Quentin Tarantino movies, for example, I think you could make a case for that. The reason I would go the other way is because I've just seen a lot more of Martin Scorsese's movies, and I have a love-hate relationship with Quentin Tarantino and his movies. Like I either like them or I hate them. And the ones I've really liked. Pulp Fiction to me is better than anything that Martin Scorsese did. With all due respect to Goodfellas, which is a great movie. I was actually a fan, surprisingly, because it's not really my type of movie, but I liked the Kill Bills, and I don't usually like those kind of movies. But there were some others that Inglourious Bastards I thought was an entertaining movie. There's some others he's done which I thought were pretty terrible. Yeah, they're all very successful and talented directors. So see, there's 2 in a row. You didn't agree with me, Trev. Take them apples there, chat. So there we go.
From Fat Fish, buy, sell, hold. Because of the roster talent, hype, and high expectations this season, good or bad, will be Notre Dame's most consequential since the Lou Holtz era.
Ooh, it could be. I buy that it could be, Trev. You're going to have to live up to expectations for this to be true. So like the reason actually, you know what? Taking your question as it is, if it's a bad year, it could be consequential because it could mean just like Notre Dame has peaked and they're just not going to be better than what they are now. They've recruited great. They've got all these good coaches. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just, if you're not really good this year, semifinals, finals, good this year, you have to wonder, like, okay, 24 was just kind of the anomaly, and it was in a down year in college football. They're just not going to rise to that mountaintop. And then if they're as good as we think they are going to be, Trev, and then they win the title, then certainly it's an incredibly consequential season, because I would actually argue it's the most consequential season in Notre Dame at Notre Dame since New Hackney was coach and turned them into a champion. Because when you look at the success that Notre Dame has had in championships, they've never had a drought like they have now. So I'm just going to pull this up real quick. So like their first championship, just the consensus national championships, right? You won a national championship in 1924. 5 years later, 1929, won another one in 1930. Then you went on a 13-year streak, which included a couple of years where you didn't have football because of the war. You won a title in 43, and then you won in 46, 47, and again in 49. Then you went 15 years and won in 66. Then you went 7 years and won in 73, won 4 years later. Then you had another 11-year gap. So like you had right there 1, 2, 3 gaps of 10-plus years. But the longest gap was 17 years between 1949 and 1966. It's been over 30 years, close to 40 years since Notre Dame has won a title. And so outside of the first one in 1924, which kind of launched Notre Dame's greatness, I think this is could be the most consequential even since then, because there's the belief in college football that Notre Dame will never be that team again. That's what we've heard for years. I'm sure you've heard that more of your lifetime, Trev, than you haven't heard that in your lifetime. They're not that team. They're not this. They can't compete like this. Times have changed. Notre Dame's no longer this, no longer that, all these type of things. And a championship this year would completely destroy that and would be more monumental, in my opinion, than what it was when they won their first one in 1924. It'd be more monumental than the way won 1988, because in 1988, like, Notre Dame was going through a dark time, but it had been 11 years since they won a title. That's a long time. But that's not that long. You know, like, I mean, Ohio State, when Ohio State won their championship in 2002, Trev, it had been over 30 years since they won a title, I believe. It was like close to 30 years. When Georgia won a title in 2021, it had been over 30 years. Their last title, I think, was in like 1980 under Herschel Walker. When Clemson won a title in 2016, they hadn't won a title since, like, I think 1981. So, like, we've seen similarly long streaks before, but nobody ever gets the, well, you can't do it anymore. Like, nobody said in 2019, 2018, 2017 that Georgia will never win another title. Nobody said up until 2002 that Ohio State, just the times have changed. They'll never win like they did under Woody Hayes. Nobody said that. I mean, heck, Michigan has only had one national championship prior to 2023. They had only had one national championship since the Second Great War ended. Like, because the one championship they had was split in 97. Nobody said that about Michigan. Why do they say it about Notre Dame? Because, again, there's an agenda with Notre Dame. They're different. They're this, they're that. They can't do this. They can't do that. They can't win with academic standards because apparently, you know, top football players and minorities from the South who are really good at football aren't smart, can't do academics, and don't care about academics. That's basically what they've been saying for 20 years. Am I wrong? It's bull crap. It's always been bull crap. But what else are they talking about, Trev? When they say you can't recruit top players to Notre Dame because of the academics, they don't have a problem recruiting offensive linemen who are predominantly white at Notre Dame to Notre Dame. They don't have a problem recruiting predominantly white tight ends to Notre Dame. Nobody says that. What are they talking about? They're talking about black kids from the South. That's the racism that they say on Notre Dame. I'm just going to flat out say it. You can't do this. Well, Marcus Freeman is saying, yeah, we can. Do you know that every single kid that signed with Notre Dame in 2023, the foundation class, was over a 3.0 in high school? Every single one. Every one. A lot of Notre Dame's top players are very good students, but there's this false notion that you have to lower your academic standard. Nobody says Florida has to lower their academic standards. Nobody says Clemson has to lower their academic standards, that Ohio State has to lower their academic standards. It's only Notre Dame. Why? You can call it racism, prejudice, whatever the case may be. I think it's more of a prejudice than a pure racism. I should probably not throw that word around flippantly. I think it's more of a prejudice than it is a racism with some people. For other people, it's just racism. Let's be honest about that. But the reality is that's the stuff we hear about Notre Dame that we don't hear about anybody else in college football. And so if you basically blow that theory up, I think that is a far more monumental win, victory, championship than Lou Holtz winning one after 11 years since their most recent one. I mean, from 1920 to 1988, you'd won a championship in every decade except the 50s. We're in 2026, and they've yet to win a championship, and they didn't win one in the 90s. So, yeah, I buy this question. It blows up all those BS narratives that we hear about Notre Dame that we don't hear about anybody else are dead. Thanks to Marcus Freeman and the staff, if they win it this year. So there we go. I laid it out. What do you think, Trev?
I agree. No, seriously, I agree. But here, also talking about, and again, agreed with everything that you said, talking about the on-field implications. I do think that it is fair to start questioning, and this is just me. If other people don't want to hop on this, they don't have to. I do think it's fair to start questioning, if not now, then when? What is it that you need? You know what I'm saying? Like it's because then you start to varying degrees, you start playing that game again of the wait until. Okay, what do we have to wait until then? Mike Denbrock is in year 3. You have your first returning starting quarterback since 2020. You have a unanimous All-American returning at corner. You have the best safety tandem in the country. You have a third-year starter at nickel/field corner that people are willing to write off because of the level of talent of the other players in the secondary. You have a returning linebacking core of 5 guys that all played/started, including one of your captains from this past year. You have an absolutely loaded unit in the trenches on either side of the ball. You have very unproven but very talented players at wide receiver and at running back, and you have a loaded tight end room. So what's the wait until? Wait until the 26 class are no longer freshmen then. And it's like, okay, well,
right.
But then what?
We said that about the 23 class. Wait till they're seniors. Right.
Exactly. It's like, and that, so you start to get into that territory, which I don't love. So I absolutely buy this because that negates the conversation. My entire life, that's what my fandom has been. There is no, it was that way for me, up until this, or I remember back when it looked like that. From my origin as a Notre Dame fan, that's what I've been told every single year. Just wait until.
Well, hey, Trev, you're 28 years old and you were born in 1997. So I understand that you don't remember 1997 to probably 2003, 2004, but it was the same crap that was being told then. It's literally since your existence as a biological entity that's been said. You know what I mean? So that's absolutely true.
And that's what's been so tough. It's every wave, man. That's what gets so frustrating. And I'll die on the hill defending Notre Dame every single year. But that's what it always was. Wait till Brady goes into year 2 with Charlie. Wait till Jimmy Clausen wait till Jimmy Clausen and Golden Tate are older. Wait till Michael Floyd's a little up. Hey, wait till year 3 of Brian Kelly. You just wait till that 2013 class is old. Well, hey, you just wait until, and it's just been that and that and that and that year over year, and it is exhausting. It is. This is a very consequential season. I'm with you entirely. Some more from Fat Fish. The 2026 offensive what ifs. Charles Jagasaw returns to prominence. Buy, sell, hold. Or is this a buy one, sell, and hold one?
Let's go buy one, sell one, hold one. I was going to ask you that too. Let's go buy one, sell one, hold one.
Okay. Option 1, Charles Jagasaw returns to prominence. Option 2, Jaden Greathouse becomes an influential target. And option 3, Kedron Young is the bulldozer we believe he is.
If I could have any of those 3 things, I would buy Charles Jagasaw returning to prominence. I would hold Kedron Young as the bulldozer we believe him to be, and I would sell Jaden Greathouse. And this is exactly why. I'm a biggest Jaden Greathouse fan in the world, but the difference between him and all the others is Jaden Greathouse, if he's healthy and becomes an influential target, is a difference maker. But I just feel like the depth of difference makers at receiver is a little greater than people that can be the bulldozer that Kedron Young could be on a running back. And as good as Jaden Greathouse is, he's not as good as a Charles Jagasaw playing to his full potential type of player. And at the end of the day, if Charles Jagasaw returns to prominence, that means I take that as he's not only healthy, but he's playing like we expect him to play. You now have the best offensive line in football, and it doesn't really matter what else you have at receiver. You have the best quarterback in football, the best offensive line in football, an offensive line potentially as good as 2017, certainly as good as 2015, if that's true, and he returns prominence. Then all of a sudden, I don't care who you put at running back. It's kind of like in 2017. Josh Adams is a heck of a player, but it didn't matter who they put in at running back in 2017. They would go off. I remember, fourth quarter against Michigan State, who had the number 2 run defense in the country. Notre Dame's running that game out with Deion McIntosh at running back because Tony Jones got hurt the BC game week 4. Josh Adams got hurt in first half. Then Dex gets hurt in the second half, and they're just running it out with Deion McIntosh. I remember late in the Wake Forest game, Josh a little banged up. They put Deion McIntosh in, and he just rips off a long run against Wake Forest. Like, it didn't matter who you put in a running back that year. They were going to go off in that game because of the offensive line. And it's similar if Charles Jagasaw returns to prominence. And now at that point in time, 6'7", 316-pound Will Black is now your 3rd biggest player. there's a chance Gerby Lambert might be your second biggest player, depending on how that goes. I mean, it's just such a different world if Jags comes back. But the reality is they're all in crucial things that could happen for Notre Dame. A perfect world is all three of those things are true. But if I could pick one, it'd be Jags. If I could, second one would be Kedron Young, and then third would be Greathouse. But they're all important to Notre Dame's success. What say you, Mr. Trowbridge?
I'm going to buy Kedron Young as the bulldozer we believe that he is. I'm going to hold Charles Jagusah returns to prominence. I'm going to sell Jaden Greathouse, becomes an influential target. Here's why. Out of those three, I think the running back room is the most wide open out of all of them. And sure. Kedron Young brings a different aspect to that running back room than any of the other players in that room. Like, he's 240 pounds. Everybody else is like south of 210. And so he brings you a different aspect to that offense and fills the need that in an area that you lacked last year, in that he might be able to help pick up short yardage situations. Now, the counter to my point is if Charles Jagusah is healthy, which is fair. But I don't think that the offensive line is as wide open. I also need the utmost projection with Charles Jagusah at right guard. I've seen him play half of football at right guard, albeit it was as like a redshirt freshman in the Orange Bowl. And I wouldn't be upset if that happened. But I think from what I've seen from Sullivan Absher so far this offseason, he's kind of holding his own to where if Kedron Young emerges as the bulldozer, that's not as big of a disparaging of a gap as like Charles Jagusah and Sullivan Absher going back and forth. I think Charles Jagusah's ceiling is higher than Sullivan Absher's. But that's where I separate those two. And the simple truth for me with Jaden Greathouse, and again, I'm with Brian. I love Jaden Greathouse, and I want nothing more for him than him to become an influential part of the offense. It's not as needed as the other two. It's just not, especially compared to what the roster looks like.
Agreed.
Like last year, it was like you need him back because your other option is Will Pauling, who's a nice player. This year, your option's Mylan Graham or Elijah Burris or Cam Williams.
I'm laughing over here, Trev, because it's such a great problem to have.
I know,
think
man.
about it. It's just all three of these would have been debilitating to Notre Dame in the past as individuals. And the reality is all three of these things could still turn out negatively for Notre Dame, and this offense will still be elite. I mean, that's the crazy thing. That's the crazy thing about it.
I know.
I also got a good chuckle, Trev. I was something popped in my head. I was thinking about there's something you said. I don't know why it popped in my head, but did you look at the responses to our little seat change thing from Saturday, where we
like on the actual YouTube comments?
Yeah. There's one guy that goes, "Identity theft is not a joke, guy." It just for some reason started making me laugh. It's like that scene from The Office. When that was probably that's probably my favorite intro. That one and the one where the guy from Fresh Off the Boat is playing Jim.
Yeah.
And they're trying to trick Dwight into thinking Jim's always been an Asian guy. Those are my two favorite The Office intros ever, but I don't know why that just popped in my head as you were talking. It just popped in my head. That was great.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. But yeah.
One year in college, I went as Asian Jim for Halloween.
Oh, that's freaking great. That's great. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Oh, it's funny.
And Fatfish with a rap question. Wu-Tang rappers. RZA, Old Dirty, and Ghostface Killah.
So that's the RZA, the Jizza, Old Dirty Bastard, Ghostface Killah. Of those three, I'll buy Ghostface. I'm not as high on Ghostface as a lot of other people are. I didn't love his solo albums. He was not in my top three. I'd probably go with Old Dirty next. And then I'd sell RZA. RZA was a great he was a great producer, DJ. I didn't love RZA as a rapper. He had some nice bars on some of their albums, but to me, I think the Jizza, just as far as like spitting bars, I still feel like Jizza was the best. The Genius was still the best. His stuff didn't make any sense. I mean, like Raekwon the Chef though could throw some bars together, but it just like if you listen to them like in order, like they don't really make a lot of sense. They just rhyme, but they sounded sweet. And then probably my favorite, like just most entertaining rapper, and had some good bars too, would be a Method Man. But like Inspector Deck had some decent bars. I mean, You God was okay. But my top three would be Jizza, Method Man, and probably Raekwon would probably be my top three. So those would be mine. But of the three you mentioned, buy Ghostface, hold Old Dirty, and sell RZA. That would be mine. Trev, do you have any thoughts on Wu-Tang, or is this a little bit before your time? Let me hear.
No, I mean, I listen to Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah. I agree. But in all seriousness, I do agree. I'm sorry. I just feel like being.
So you agree on those, Thomas? We're just giving you a hard time, man. We love it. So you agree on those three. Who would be your top three if you could just pick a top three? Because I know I'm in the minority with a lot of Wu-Tang fans that I don't have Ghostface in my top three.
Top three. I mean, honestly, top three. I would still put Ghostface in there. I think he's one of, if not the best rapper in the group, and that's just my opinion. Love his flow. I'm somebody with music that when it comes down to rap, I was actually talking with a buddy about this over the weekend. I'm not more of like the lyrical rapper guy. It has to sound good, like just to the ear. You put lyrics aside, it has to sound good. I think it has to flow. I have to believe in the delivery. So that's why I really like Ghostface. That's where I'm at with him. Outside of that, it's a toss-up. But of those three, we do have the same order. I'm with you.
Yeah. Jizza's solo album was probably my favorite solo album of all the Wu-Tang people, even more than Method Man. His solo album was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. But the sounding good thing again is why I enjoyed Wu-Tang so much, because their stuff they had not only had great lyrics, but like that's why I like Raekwon, because again his stuff doesn't make any sense if you actually like just put what Raekwon says in order, like just the lyrics. You're like, what is he talking about? He's just rhyming stuff together. But then you listen to it, this freaking bangs, dude. Like this hits.
Yeah,
this hits. But
100%.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat asked, Chris Black Irish asked if I had a Wu-Tang shirt. So Brandon Plesner actually bought me a Wu-Tang shirt, and he brought it to a tailgate last year. But I actually had a decent amount of Wu-Tang stuff as a kid. I was from like the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area in Virginia. They actually had a Wu-Wear store. They used to have Wu-Tang stores, like Wu-Wear stores. But they had one in Norfolk, like 10 minutes from my house. So I definitely had several Wu-Tang shirts. I was going to buy a pair of jeans for them. Actually, I bought one time. Like the smallest pair of jeans they had were 44s. So I bought a pair of 44s, and I had to put a belt on, but because I told you I wore baggy clothes. I didn't hang them off my butt though. My dad would have kicked my butt. But yeah, I had a lot of Wu-Tang shirts when I was a kid. But I got them all from the Wu-Wear store, which was pretty sweet. But I don't know if they're around anymore or not. I would doubt that they're around anymore. But yeah, I had some Wu-Tang stuff when I was a kid, for sure.
Getting into the final part of the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We got the buy-sell hold going on today. Like how we like to kick off most of our weeks. Joe Parr is getting us kicked off here in this segment. Buy-sell hold. CJ Carr will throw for 4,000 yards this season, beating Brady Quinn by 81 yards. I think this is a buy one, sell one, hold one. Okay, buy one, sell one, hold one. Cool. Buy one, sell one, hold one. CJ Carr will throw for 4,000 yards this season, beating Brady Quinn by 81 yards. CJ Carr will throw for 40 touchdowns, beating Brady Quinn's total by 3, and CJ will lead Notre Dame to the national championship.
I would actually buy, sell, and hold him in the order he provided them. I think 4,000 yards. Again, we're talking whole season, postseason as well. I think CJ will get over 4,000 in the playoff run. If you throw it all together, that's I think he'll get there. So I'll buy that. I'll hold the 40 touchdowns, because you could rip a team apart, but you just keep getting tackled at the 2-yard line with your pass catchers, and you're running it in with your running backs. You know what I mean, Trev? So like, you see that. And then I'm going to sell the national championship, because of the 3, that's the one that is most team dependent. So, and look, your offense could be elite. You could throw for 4,000 yards and 40 plus touchdowns and score 45 points a game, and your defense takes a step back and you don't win at all. Right? Like those are the things that Mike Denbrock, CJ Carr, Joe Rudolph, Mike Brown, Jay Sider, Harris Bevan, Gino Guidugli, all those guys have control over, is what the third one. Because they could do everything they need to do to make this an elite offense, and they still don't win the championship because the defense doesn't do its part. And then vice versa. If we were having a question about the defense. So if we're of those 3 things, it's like there's one that's more team oriented. The other 2 are more one unit oriented, which makes it easier to project that. I mean, that's Cam Ward numbers from 2 years ago. and they didn't want to tie. They didn't even make the playoffs. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Yeah, I will buy CJ will lead Notre Dame to the national championship in the sense that he will be the starting quarterback when they win it. Not necessarily he has to, throw for 500 yards a game because the defense is giving up 30 points. So I buy it in that sense. I'm going to hold that he'll throw for 4,000 yards this season, and then I'm going to sell that he's going to throw for 40 touchdowns, even over the course of the playoffs. It's a lot of touchdowns. It is. So that's how I see that one. So more from Joe Parr. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will give up less yards per game rushing than the 2012 team total of 105 per game.
I'll buy that. I mean, they were below that last year. And I think their run defense this year is going to be better than it was last year. So I'll definitely buy that. Even including the playoffs, I'd buy that.
Yeah, I'll absolutely buy that. My question is can they do better than what the 2025 team totaled?
Right.
Yeah, that's my question.
Right.
I'm with you completely.
Yep.
Then Notre Dame will give up less passing yards per attempt than the 2023 team total of 5.5 per attempt.
I mean, I could hope by that one, but I'm going to sell that. I mean, in 23, I think they led the nation in yards per attempt. So let me go here real quick. Let's go pass defense 2023, because I know there was 2 years in a row that they led the nation in the regular season in yards per attempt. And 24, that was way too in the regular end of the season. They were at 5. No, they didn't in 23. They were third. They're 5. You know what? I got it wrong. They back-to-back years, they led the nation in passer rating on defense. That's what it was. It wasn't yards per attempt. But they were at 5.5 in 2023. I don't know that they can get to that. That was exceptionally good. They were 6.0 in 2024, 6.2 last year. That's a big improvement for a defense that doesn't even treat the pass game as its number one priority. And that's not a criticism. It's fine. It's not like he doesn't prioritize stopping the pass. It's just the number one priority is for Chris Ash is stopping the run. For Al Golden, it was stopping the pass. Well, I actually philosophically, from that regard, lean more towards Chris Ash because I think in college football, that's a lot more important than it is the NFL. And that was the one NFL thing that was the one frustrating thing about Al Golden that we've talked about before. If you have to nitpick him, it was like he didn't put enough value in stopping the run, which I think hurt him against Ohio State because Ohio State could do both and you couldn't stop one of them. They did both on you. And so I think, and we talked about this, Trev, the last 5 national champions, the most yards one of the last 5 national champions gave up was like 90. And I think that was Michigan 2 years ago. And there was only one of those teams was in the 80s. I mean, I believe 3 of those teams were in the 70s. So last year, Indiana was at 77.2. In 2024, Ohio State was at 87.6. In 2023, Michigan was at 90. And then Georgia was in the 70s both years. They were 77 in 22, and they were 78.9 in 2021. So 1 in 90, 1 in the 80s, and 3 in the 70s, of the national champions the last 5 years. So I still think stopping the run is priority number 1 for a defense if you want to win a championship. And my evidence is look at the teams winning championships. They're all elite rush defenses. They're not all elite pass defenses. Notre Dame had an elite pass defense in 23 and 24, and in 23 they lost 3 games in the regular season, and in 24 they lost in the championship game to a team that could run that ran the ball on them early and then whooped them with the pass game, put the game away with the pass game late. So yeah, there we go.
100%. From Joe Parr, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will give up less than 8 passing touchdowns, beating the 2023 team's total of 8. That would be the second lowest total in recent Notre Dame history, with 1997 team's total of being 5 the lowest. These are regular season totals.
And so in 2020, was it 2020? I'm trying to think what year it was that they gave up 7 in the regular season. Let me look that up here real quick. So they gave up in 2023, they gave up 8, 7 in the regular season. And then 2012, they gave up 7 in the regular season. And then in 1997, they gave up 5 total. So I'm going to sell that even for the regular season. Again, we had a similar question to this earlier, Trevor, and I think the number was 6. This is a little bit of a higher number. And the reason I'm still going to go higher is because, number one, I don't think that stopping the pass is Chris Ash's number one priority. Stopping the run is not a criticism. Number two is I think you could get half of those touchdowns. You could give up more, 8 or more. You could, even if they give up 8, because the answer is less than 8. If you give up 8, half of those touchdowns could be by the second string. And then you have between Bear Bachmeier, Darian Mensah, and Kevin Jennings from SMU, they could get 4. And if they combine for 4, that's phenomenal. So that's a heck of a number. I mean, Ohio State did that last year. They had 7 last season. Let me see what Ohio State's regular season number was. Give me a second here real quick. So pass defense, Ohio State led the nation with 7, which was the fewest. How many did they give up in the postseason? So they gave up 5 in the regular season. But again, look at who they played. They didn't really play anybody that could throw the ball. Notre Dame will play some teams that can throw the ball. So if Notre Dame gives up only 10 touchdown passes in the regular season, I'll be ecstatic. That's a really good year for Chris Ash's defense. Just the style of play and the fact that they're going to blow teams out. Because even if they're not like giving them to backups, you know, it could be where your starting defense gives up a touchdown pass because they're playing off coverage because they're up 31-7 in the third quarter. Starting defense is still in the game, but they're not heating you up. I could see Chris Ash doing stuff like that, which can frustrate me. But I'll sell that. I think it's just understanding. I don't compare the passing statistics of the 23 and 26 defenses, just like I don't compare the rush defenses between 23 and 26. And what I mean by that is, the Notre Dame deep rush defense in 2023 gave up 119 yards. That was the best of Al Golden's tenure. They gave up 138 the year they played for the title, and they gave up 131 the year before. If Chris Ash's defense gives up 119 yards this year, I'm disappointed because his whole defense is geared towards stopping the run. That was the best year of Al Golden's tenure. So I don't expect Al Golden to hold teams to the numbers that Chris Ash does because that's not what his defense is geared to do. And I'm not going to hold Chris Ash to the standard that was set by Al Golden because that's not what his defense is geared to do. It's maximize the potential of what you're being asked to do. And if you're only giving up 10 touchdown passes next year, you know, even if it's 8 to 10, that's a heck of a year for what I think this defense is geared to do. And the fact that you're going to have some games where even going into the late second quarter, teams are chucking the ball all over the field because you're smoking them. I mean, that's the other part of it too, Trev. So I'm going to sell that.
Yeah, I'm selling it as well. Like, look, guys, I think this would be a cool stat to talk about the dominance of the secondary. This is also not the end-all, be-all of a championship caliber defense. I mean, here's some of the other teams that ranked inside of the top 10 last year in passing touchdowns allowed. Nebraska, Arizona, Iowa, Toledo, Northern Illinois, Utah, Wake Forest. A lot of these teams like tied for 10th, Nevada and Western Kentucky. What do a lot of those teams have in common? What do all of those teams have in common? They didn't play in the playoffs. So it's like maybe one additional game that we're talking about. So 13. So it's just like.
And how many postseason wins did the team that finished number 1 have last year, Trev? Because they played in 2 postseason games. How many wins did they have in those? 0. Exactly.
It's about the entire meal. It's not just one ingredient. We can't, because to Joe's submission, the 2023 team totaled 8, and they didn't make the playoffs. I mean, that's just the reality of it. They wouldn't have made a 12-team playoff, you know. So let alone the 14 playoff. So it's just not the end all be all. It'd be a cool talking point. Now that being said, they can't allow like 30 because they have a great rush defense. But it's not if they allow 5 passing touchdowns. That's not the only marker of a great defense.
Yep, agree.
The greatest quarterback in Notre Dame history. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Joe Montana, Brady Quinn, or Jimmy Clausen. Here's a little bit of background that Joe Parr provided us. Joe Montana had 4,121 passing yards, won a national championship with 2 major bowl wins. Quinn had 11,762 career passing yards with losses in the Insight, Fiesta, and Sugar Bowls. And Clausen had 8,148 career passing yards. Clausen was named the MVP in the Hawaii Bowl with 401 passing yards.
So obviously Joe Montana played on the best teams, and obviously Joe Montana had the best NFL career by a mile. So if we're putting in championships and NFL careers, then obviously Joe Montana is the easy answer. But if we're just going off of what they did at Notre Dame, and we're only talking about those three, so we're not talking about Tony Rice as an option, we're not talking about Johnny Latner as an option, or any of those guys as options, right? Angelo Bertelli, none of those guys. We're just going with those three. Okay, then I would go with Brady Quinn, because now you're getting into, well, Joe Montana won a title. Okay, I get that. But Joe Montana wasn't even a full-time starter the year that they won the title. I mean, if we're being honest, I mean, he split time with Rusty Lish that year. I mean, you could argue that was a mistake by Dan Devine, and I would agree with you, but that still was the reality of that team. He had 1,600 passing yards, 11 touchdowns, 8 picks the year that they won the title. And it wasn't like he was running. He wasn't like Tony Rice, who had, 2 picks, 2 touchdowns and 9 picks the year. He was a runner-up for the Heisman. Or was he finished second or third in 1989? I have to go back and look. I think he finished second in 1989. Let me go look real quick, because now I'm thinking I might got that wrong. He might have been third. Yeah, he's fourth in 1989 in Heisman voting, but he had 2 touchdowns, 9 picks. He was a great runner. Joe Montana in 1977 ran for 5 yards on 32 attempts. So Brady Quinn was a far more dynamic college quarterback than Joe Montana in college. Now, that may not be Joe Montana's fault. Maybe if his coach, Dan Devine, would have let him play, he would have been the answer to that. But Joe played on the greatest team. Brady Quinn was by far the better player, in my opinion. So I'm buying Brady Quinn. I'm not even going to touch Jimmy Clausen versus Joe Montana, because that's an unfair conversation because of just the type of teams they played on. But I'd buy Brady Quinn as my all-time, the best quarterback. The best winner of my lifetime is easily Tony Rice. I mean, but he was such a different style of play. He played in such a different system. It's impossible to compare the numbers between the two of them, between him and the other guys. But yeah, Brady Quinn. Go ahead, Trev. Sorry about cutting you off.
No, you're good, man. This is a tough conversation because you get into two very, in my opinion, equal-sided arguments. What's the ultimate goal of a quarterback at Notre Dame? Is to win a championship. And so if that's just the only thing that you go on, it would be Joe Montana. But if you talk about who had the biggest impact, who had the most productive, the answer is Brady Quinn. And it's, we talk about this a lot. It's also hard comparing eras. The game in 1977 was vastly different than it was in 2005. I'm torn on this one. Like, if you were to ask me today who I would start a team around, it'd be Brady Quinn. Some of that is because I just didn't watch Joe Montana play. I remember the stories my dad told about him and with the San Francisco 49ers, but my dad couldn't even tell me stories about him when he was at Notre Dame.
Yeah. I mean, outside of the Chicken Soup Bowl when they beat Houston, I think in his last year, I think that was, it was a big one, but. And 1,600 yards, Trev, you're like, just to give some context, because you're making a great point. Like, back then, there was only one quarterback over 3,000 yards. And that guy played FCS football at Scrambling State. But, like, even then, 1,600 yards wasn't a great number. Joe Montana ranks 26th that year. Even then, 11 touchdown passes, like now, get you benched. But even then, in a different era, it was still 31st. Now, here's an interesting one. One of the players he was tied with 11 touchdown passes was Warren Moon, which again just speaks to kind of the difference in eras. But even then, you had guys with 24, 38, Doug Williams with 38, but like the number 6 quarterback in the country had 18, Mark Herman from Purdue. So it was definitely a different era. But even then, his numbers weren't light you up numbers where, because like I say, okay, don't compare numbers, compare where guys ranked amongst their peers at the time, which I think is a much better way of putting. Well, Brady Quinn in 2005 ranked 3rd in the country in passing yards and 3rd in the country in passing touchdowns. So and he threw fewer interceptions because Joe Montana actually was pretty decent when it comes to not throwing a lot of picks. Because you'd have guys throwing 18, Doug Williams led the country in touchdown passes at 38. He had 18 picks. Mark Herman from Purdue had 18 touchdown passes, 27 picks. There's no way a guy in today's era throws 27 picks because benched before that. But back then, that was like not a completely absurd thing to consider. I mean, there were 6 quarterbacks in college football that year, Trevor, that threw over 20 interceptions, and there were 12 that threw over 18 interceptions. It was just like, you know what I mean? It's a different era. But Joe didn't rank anywhere close to top 10 in any of the statistics that you would measure quarterback success by, where Brady was top 3 in each area in his best season. And that to me is what separates it a little bit. And even though Brady wasn't as productive in 2006, he was still, 10th in passing yards that year. He was 3rd in passing touchdowns that year. He was 3rd in the Heisman Trophy voting. Joe Montana wasn't someone who was considered an elite quarterback at the time. So it was a very different situation than, even if you say like the numbers are different, and you were spot on correct about that. Joe Montana never finished in the top 10 in Heisman voting, and Brady Quinn did that twice. So that's that. Like to back your point, it's like your argument is correct, even though you didn't see Joe Montana. I didn't watch him play in college either, but just he wasn't considered, for whatever reason, he wasn't considered an elite prospect then, which is also partly why he didn't get picked until the 3rd round.
ND fan since 81, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have at least 8 players drafted in the 2026 NFL draft and at least 2 players in the first round.
Trev, I'm done. Go ahead.
I think the latter is more likely than the former. I think they're more likely to have 2 players go in the first round than they are to have 8 overall drafted. I am confident in saying that there will be 5 players drafted, maybe 6. Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Malachi Fields, Eli Raridan, Billy Schrouth. I am like confident that they will get drafted. Emil, I've seen projected like middle to end of the 7th round. And when you're in that spot, like it's just so like you could go or you couldn't, but I could see him being drafted too. 8 is tough because then who's the next guy? Who are the next 2?
It's like Will Pauling, Devontae Smith, Jalen Stroman, Jared Dawson, Gabriel Rubio. Like, do any of those guys get picked up? It's like, Trev, to your point, that's why I think 6 I'm fine with 6, because if it's not Emil, maybe it's Will Pauling, maybe somebody falls in love with Devontae Smith, Jared Dawson, something like that. I've yet to see anyone have any of those other kids in a 7-round mock draft. Now, that doesn't mean anything. But when we're not draft experts, that's all we can rely on is what the draft experts say.
Yeah.
To your point. So I'm with Trev. I think it's much more likely that 2 go in the first round than they get 8 players, at least 8. I think it's possible at 8, because I think once you get past round 5, Trev, it's guys going after guys they like, or regional scouts advocating for their guys or needs. Somebody may say, hey, look, we're looking for some special teams help, so that's why Will Pauling means more to us than someone who's looking for a receiver that could play for him, or we're just looking for we really want a 320-pound defensive tackle, and we like Gabriel Rubio's film, and we're willing to take the injury risk in round 7. Or hey, we really need a nickel, and we really like Devontae Smith's testing numbers. I think something like that could happen, but it's like to predict that it's going to happen, I can't do it. Like, would you be surprised, Trev, if in like round 6 and 7, Emil Wagner, Devontae Smith, and Will Pauling all get picked up by somebody? I won't. But will I predict it? No, I can't predict it, because the people that do this for a living don't think that's going to happen. But it wouldn't shock us. Or if somebody fell in love with Jared Dawson, in round 7, or Gabriel Rubio in round 7, or Jalen Stroman in round 7, those things won't surprise me. And you could see Notre Dame go beyond 8 for that reason. But again, I can't predict it. Like that's why I agree with Trev. I can't predict that that'll happen. It could happen. I don't think either of us would be surprised, because strange things happen on day 3. Day 3 is they're drafting for different reasons than they're drafting on day 1 and day 2. In a lot of instances, Trev, it's like, we're looking for a gunner on special teams. Why'd you take that linebacker? He had 12 tackles the last 2 years. Yeah, they were all on special teams. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he ran, a 4.6 at his pro day, and he's a 4-year starter on special teams. That's what we're drafting him to do.
Yeah.
Like that stuff like that could happen. And that's where maybe a Will Pauling, a Devontae Smith, who had a great pro day, a Jalen Stroman, a Gabriel Rubio, a Jared Dawson, Junior Tuilamaka, somebody like that could maybe get picked up later in the draft.
Yeah, agreed.
I just don't think that Notre Dame is at that point yet where scouts are giving them the respect that they're due, where they get overdrafted. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I still don't think scouts have completely accepted the notion that Notre Dame has legit big-time football players and athletes on their roster.
And in the positions where they've kind of made like a living in the NFL, it's a more lackluster draft class. Like, look at offensive line. I love Billy Schrauth and Emil Wagner, but if I'm an NFL scout, it's like the dude can't finish a 12-game regular season unhurt. Can he go 17? Like, I don't know the answer to that. When he's on the field, he's great. Same thing like with Emil Wagner. I have no questions about his abilities to remain healthy on the field.
Right.
But then it's, what am I going to get when he's on the field at corner, where they've, or really in the secondary, where they've had in previous years, you know, Cam Hart, Ben Morrison, and Xavier Watts, and Kyle Hamilton, you know, Devontae Smith and Jalen Stroman, the light of the torch isn't as bright as some of those other guys. So even in some of those positions, tight end, you know, so it's up in the air. Now, that being said, I'm very confident that Billy Schrauth and Eli Raridan get drafted. It's just a question of when, not if.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because those questions about Billy are why he's not considered a day 2 pick by many people.
Yeah.
And more of a guy that'll fall. Like, I've seen people have Billy as high as 2nd round, 3rd round in some of the early mock drafts. But it's like, once you dig into the medicals, to your point, Trev, you're not just drafting a guy based on his talent. You have to take into consideration, is this guy dependable? If we're going to take a guy in the 3rd round, I need a guy that I can trust is going to be able to answer the bell every week. And Billy hasn't shown that.
From BK's personal chef, in this Saturday's spring game, 4 different players will score touchdowns and 2 will earn turnovers.
I'll buy that. Yeah, I think we'll see a decent amount of scoring in that game. And it won't be the same guy. It'll be different guys. Yeah.
Especially in the second half. Like, you're going to get, you know, I could see, and I hope that they do throw some of the like walk-on running backs like a bone and let them get in the end zone.
That number 37 needs a goal line touch.
Heck yeah, he does.
That kid plays hard.
Oh,
I think it's Curtis Smith. I think it's what I saw his name. I think that was it. I could be wrong. But yeah, 37, that he stuck his nose into brick walls a couple times in the Jersey scrimmage. I liked watching that little guy.
It was awesome. No, I'm with you. With you completely. Another one from BK's personal chef. Notre Dame's defensive line will be the room that begins the year as the most underrated and undervalued by national media, but by the playoffs, they'll be perceived as a pace-setting unit.
I'm going to sell, and I'm going to sell it not because he's wrong that the D-line can be this. Linebackers. I still think this linebacker room is vastly underrated, and people are starting to figure out how good Kingston is, but they haven't come around yet on how good Drake and Jaden Alsbury and the other guys are. That's where they're still missing the boat. And I don't think people realize how good this linebacker room is. And I think the linebacker room is going to be considered a pace-setting unit next year when we get to the postseason. I think that it is also true that the D-line is undervalued, but that's more of an understandable undervaluing because they're banking on guys stepping up who haven't produced at an elite level. They're banking on transfers. I understand that one. The fact that Drake Bowen still doesn't get the respect he deserves nationally and has earned nationally blows my mind. The fact that Notre Dame fans and the national media still don't understand how good Jaden Alsbury's been the last 2 years blows my mind. Blows my mind. So yeah, I'm gonna go linebackers as even more underrated and undervalued, and will get the love that they deserve in the postseason.
I'm going to sell this one as well for some of the reasons that Brian talked about. Also, I just think even if the D-line is super productive, I think they're still going to get overshadowed. I do. Like, we're talking about a unit who at the end of the regular season last year led the nation in pressures. And that was going up against D-lines that had, you know, Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart and Oregon's D-line who returns all of their starters, like with the Tatum Tuioti kid and the Mateo Uiagalelei kid. That includes Ohio State's defensive line that had Kenyatta Jackson and Caden McDonald. And Notre Dame's defensive line was the D-line that led the country in pressures. And they got no recognition at the end of the year, and they're not having it now. So I could see that combined with what Brian's talking about as well. I also think the linebackers are going to be just grossly undervalued.
Mm-hmm.
And then even though spring games are often difficult to analyze, the Buckeyes spring game should give them some worries about their O-line this year.
I don't have any great because of the spring game. I just don't. I just don't put a lot of value on that. A lot of the guys they got coming back are we saw last season. What you do in a spring game just doesn't bother me a whole lot, Trev. What the offense? I mean, it just doesn't. You got guys moving around. There's guys. I'm just not. And it was a very vanilla, not show a whole lot spring game like they always are. I just don't. I don't put a lot in that.
No, I don't either.
I mean, Mylan Graham had over 100 yards receiving the year before in the spring game and didn't get to that the entire season in 2025.
Yeah.
I'll worry about the Ohio State offensive line after the first game or two, that if they're not playing well. Spring game, I don't mean a whole lot.
From Dorn 10, buy one, sell one, hold one. 2026 Notre Dame team will be 1, elite on offense and defense. 2, elite on offense and very good on defense. Or 3, very good on offense and elite on defense.
Well, I'll buy that they should be elite on both sides of the ball. I hold on to the notion that if I'm wrong, they'll still be elite on offense, but very good on defense. That's kind of the Chris Ash effect. But if they're very good on offense and elite on defense, I'm still excited about the season because that's a championship winning team. Honestly, all 3 of these can win you a championship. If I were to rank them of which ones are give you the best options, I would say number 1, obviously, if you're elite on both sides of the ball. But if I had to pick, are they very good on offense and elite on defense, or elite on offense and very good on defense? I'd take very good on offense and elite on defense is where I would go as being even more important and more valuable to a championship team than the other one. But yeah,
I'd probably my only hold up with that one is I've seen a Notre Dame team that's very good on offense but elite on defense. Like I think the 24 team is very good on offense and elite on defense. Now the caveat is they had a bunch of injuries. That's always something that you have to
by the playoffs they weren't elite. That would be my argument because by the end of the Indiana game, I think that team looks very different the last 3 games if they have Riley Mills.
Sure. Oh, that's fair.
Very different. Very different.
Yeah, that's fair.
Could have been. But to your point, you look at how that team played that year, it was the elite defense that carried that team all year, not the elite offense, which we saw an elite offense in 2025. But if they had a somewhat off day, like against Miami, they were getting beat because their defense couldn't stop a good team.
Yep. From Josh Buff. Yeah, it was. Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. Buy, sell, hold. We never see Charles Jagusah play football at Notre Dame.
So, I mean, I think we'll see him play again. I just don't know what he's going to look like, but sell.
And then we see Kingston Viliama-Asa in September of this year.
We'll see him at some point in time September. Will that be September 6th against Wisconsin or the end of September? That I don't know, but I'll buy that we'll see him in September at some point in time. I don't think it'll be September 6th against Wisconsin. He's playing 60 snaps, but, I think we'll see him.
And then CJ Carr returns for another season after this.
Sell. And honestly, I hope it's a sell. Because if CJ comes back for another season, I have to think it's because Notre Dame didn't win the title. I don't know that CJ Carr is going to come back to run it back. I mean, I would love it if he did, but I think the odds are if CJ Carr comes back for another season, either he got hurt or he didn't perform up to expectations or the team didn't perform up to expectations. And his draft stock isn't as high as we think it'll be by the end of the year. I know the scenario that leads CJ to come back. And I've told people before, the chances of him coming back to play another year with Marcus Freeman are greater than some people think it is, but it's still not the heavy odds to what he'll do. Because he may, if you talk to CJ right now, off the record, look, I got a lot to learn, and I love playing at Notre Dame, and I love my brothers, and I love playing for Coach Freeman. And if he's back in 27, I'll be back in 27. I could see him thinking that. But that doesn't mean that after next season, when all things have played out and he's being told, dude, you're a top 5 NFL draft pick and you just had this great season, and that he still feels that way. Jeremiah Love said it perfectly. A big part of me wanted to go back because I love it at Notre Dame. I wanted to run it back. I wanted to win a title, but at the end of the day, I had to do what's best for me and my family. It's the perfect answer. And I think that's how he truly felt. And that's how I could see CJ being yes, I'd love to come back to Notre Dame. I love it here, but I have to do what's best for me and my family, and that is being a top 5 NFL draft pick. Like, that's how I see it. Now, let's say there's a big gap and CJ has a great year and the Notre Dame wins a championship, but CJ doesn't like maybe make the jump we think he does. And they're like, yeah, you're more in like top 15-ish range, and Dante and Archer clearly the number one. Maybe then, but you know, that would surprise me a little bit. But I'd love to be wrong on that. I would love it if they win a title, he wins a Heisman, and he wants to come back because he wants to go down as the greatest quarterback in Notre Dame. I mean, I'd never, okay, great, let's do it. But I just don't think that's likely.
No, I mean, you said it perfectly. I mean, right now on FanDuel, they have the highest odds to go undefeated out of any team in the country. They're one of the favorites to win the national championship, and he's the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. If all of those things happen, or some combination of those things happen, I don't know if he comes back, nor do I think should he. Because then you get into like, what more do you have to prove? At least with Jeremiah Love, you can get into that discussion of like, there was something left on the table. It was going out to try to win the Heisman. It was going out to try to win a national championship with your brothers and put in the work and be the best player in the country. But with CJ, if he goes out and proves those things this year, it's like, what's the thing left to prove? It's just me as a fan hoping that he comes back because I love watching him play.
Right.
But for him as a player, it's just kind of like, what's that thing for him?
And you wonder, do they start picking his game apart if he comes back?
Yeah, I'm sure Drew Aller wishes he would have left after 2024.
Facts. Yeah.
From Ballpeen Shillelagh.
I'll just say this real quick. I'm sorry. I moved on, Trevor. If Ty Simpson goes in the top 10 this year, like some people are saying might happen, then there's no chance CJ Carr comes back next year. None. Because if he's a top 10 pick, CJ's a top 5 pick no matter what he does this year. 100%. He's a top 5 pick off of what he did freaking last year if Ty Simpson's a top 10 pick.
100%. Yeah. From Ballpeen Shillelagh, the perception of the quarterback room has been interesting to follow. So Bisa hold the following. Blake Hebert has a chance to elevate and not only win the backup quarterback battle this season, but win the starting job next season, assuming no injuries. Noah Grubbs and Teddy Gerard have similar projected ceilings. And then the production, due to the succession of Riley Leonard into CJ Carr into the next starter, will bring quarterback recruiting at Notre Dame to its modern peak, rather than whatever happened at Clemson after going from Taj Boyd to Deshaun Watson to Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, talk about a precipitous just dive off of a cliff. Yeah. Of these three, boy, I would sell 1A Blake Hebert has a chance to elevate and not only win the starting quarterback battle of the season, but win the starting job next season. I think of the three things, I think that's probably the least likely. And I like Blake Hebert. He's a good player, but I don't know that he was able to even gain separation from Noah Grubbs this year, much less what he'll do in a year from now when Noah Grubbs and Teddy Gerard have a year under their belt. I just don't know that he's going to be able to do that. So that's my least likely one. Of the other two projected ceilings, I think the ceilings for Noah and Teddy are very similar. I do buy that. If I were to buy one, sell one, hold one, the production due to the succession of Riley Leonard into CJ Carr into the next starter will bring quarterback recruiting Notre Dame into its modern peak rather than. So basically, like, this is just going to be a sign of things to come, as opposed to once Trevor was done, they fell off of a cliff. I'll buy that. But honestly, if CJ Carr does what I think he's going to do this year, I just like, how much longer is Gino Guidugli going to be at Notre Dame at that point in time? You know, like, I don't know. But then it says, okay, well, is Gino the driver and also Denbrock, or just Gino, or just Denbrock? There's all those different conversations. So in looking at the board for 27 and where things are, if you don't know what I'm referring to, there's an update, an intel piece on Champ Mons on the IB site that I put up last night. And it's very, very relevant today. And 2028, they've already had Neiman Lawrence on campus. They've had Kingston Pre-year on campus. They've had Lucas Prock on campus. Those are all top 50 caliber players in the country in the 2028 class. So they don't seem to be on the verge of slowing down. And I know DJ Uiagalelei was a 5-star, but I was not high on him. I said he looked, because I found out he threw like a mid to high 90s fastball. And I'm like, that's exactly what he is. He's a first-round Major League Baseball pitcher that's convinced himself he's a quarterback, as opposed to a 6'4", 235-pound starting right-handed pitcher. And the other thing too about DJ, he never fit that system. And so I just think there were some bad evaluations there that I don't think will be repeated at Notre Dame. I think it'll be more like what would have happened at Oklahoma had Lincoln Riley not left. I think they just would have kept churning out big-time quarterbacks at Oklahoma.
Yeah,
so
100%.
yeah, that's where I'm at.
I'm with you.
Yep.
Another one from Ballpeen Shillelagh. The defense plays preventative zone coverage monumentally better than last year, and though Ash initially implemented these concepts far too early, it makes the defense better this season than its peak under Al Golden.
So if they play preventative zone coverage better than they did last year, but they still do it a lot, then they won't be better than the 24 defense prior to the injuries.
Agreed, because they won't be playing to the strengths of the personnel that they have on defense.
That's right. Yep, agree.
Luke Talich becomes a stalwart of the safety rotation as he continues to make plays in spite of the perception that he isn't on the same level as Adon or Tay, which is fair. Those guys are elite.
Yeah, because he's not on the same level as Adon or Tay. And that's okay because that's the best safety tandem in college football. I think those are 2 of the 5 best safeties. But I buy the first part. Like, Trev, I think it was you and I that were having this conversation last night. Maybe it might have been me and Sean. But if Luke Talich and Joey O'Brien are the starting safeties at Notre Dame in 2026, Notre Dame has a good safety starting unit. I mean, you've got a really good ball-hawking veteran, 6'4" veteran. You've got a freshman All-American on the other side at 6'5". Might be the tallest safety tandem in college football, but it's also talented. Those are 2 good football players, and that's if your 2 backups start. So I certainly think we're going to see Luke Talich continue. And that's the whole thing about them moving him down to the nickel spot and kind of that dime package where he's kind of playing down near the box. It's like, dude, we got this weapon in number 28 that we just got to use because this kid just makes plays. And so absolutely buy that. Luke Talich is going to go down as a very important part of this team, and he'll never get the credit and love that Tay and Adon get, and understandably so, but he'll be a better version of what Rod Hurd was 2 years ago. We've said this before, Trev. Rod Hurd was he doesn't get the credit. He doesn't get the credit he deserves because he came here. He was supposed to be a starter, got beat out by Adon before he even played in practice because Adon was so good that spring that it was like, yeah, he's going to start. But Rod was such an important part of that safety rotation for them that year. I mean, I still think of the 4th down coverage he had against Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, but Rod, the sack he had against Penn State, he was a very important part of this defense. Luke will be even more productive than that, in my opinion. And so I absolutely buy this one. Absolutely buy this one.
I buy it as well. And he's also potentially, I doubt it because I don't know if there'd be 2 in the same room, but he could be a dark horse to be a captain on this team this year. On special teams, what he does to the defense, one of the oldest players on defense. He could be a dark horse to be a captain this year.
If they were to do like a 7th captain, a special teams captain, he's absolutely at the top of my list in that regard. 100%.
100%. From Salty Virginia Peanuts, buy, sell, hold. With the exception of quarterback mobility, the Irish offense has all the features Coach Denbrock desires to implement his complete offensive strategy.
Yeah, I buy that. And there was a pushback in the chat that, CJ's – I don't think – for what Salty's referring to, I don't think that I would say CJ's like Jaden Daniels or Deshaun Kaiser, which a lot of people think, that he wants. He's not those guys athletic. CJ's a good athlete, but CJ's a pocket passer, that can move around and do some things. He's a very good athlete, but he's a pocket passer. You're not going to, at least you shouldn't do a whole lot of designed quarterback runs. You're going to do, when you do those, they're like meant to catch you off guard, which we saw last year. But I believe that wholeheartedly. I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'm buying it as well. That's why we're so excited about this season, what this offense can do.
Mm-hmm.
From Carve It Up. Very nice. Buy, sell, hold in terms of importance to this year's team. Jaden Greathouse, Charles Jagasaw, Keedron Young.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Importance of this year's team. I got to buy one, sell one, hold one. I would buy Keedron Young, hold Charles Jagasaw, or hold Jaden Greathouse. And no, I'm going to buy Jaden Greathouse, hold Keedron Young, and sell Charles Jagasaw. And this is completely opposite of what I said earlier. But here's the reason why, and that is I just have kind of in my head counted Charles Jagasaw out as being a major player on this year's team. Now, his emergence could have a greater impact than any of those other two, but I've just kind of checked out on Jagasol being a factor this year. I still say a healthy Jaden Greathouse is so important to this football team. But I also believe Keidron Young getting back to what an older version of what he was before the injury could be a game changer for this offense as well. So that's where I'm going to go with that one. And I think Sullivan Absher is going to do just fine at right guard. But, if Charles Jagasol was back and you presented the notion that Charles Jagasol's back to being what he was, he's healthy, he's back, he's ready to go. Notre Dame sends out a tweet, hey, just Charles Jagasol has been completely cleared. He's going to practice last week. And then I was like, hey, Trev, I looked in the crystal ball, and the only thing that I can tell you, I only had a 5-second look at it. And the only thing I can tell you is that Charles Jagasol started the first game and played all year. I'm like, holy moly. Yeah, that would have an enormous impact. That goes back to the last question. But I just don't view him as someone that I'm counting on to really be that this year. So I don't really think about the impact he's going to have unless you ask me specifically. I know the impact that Jaden Greathouse can have on this offense if he's healthy. I've seen it. Keidron's still more of a projection of what we think he can be, and that's why I would go in that regard.
Your order was you bought Greathouse, held Keidron Young, and sold Jags?
Buy Greathouse, hold Keidron, sell Jags, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have the exact same order. Here's the reality of the situation. If he comes back, great. That's why the what-if category was a little bit different. But this is more concrete to this season. Notre Dame in the regular season the last 2 years is 21-3. And Charles Jagasaw hasn't played in any of those games in the regular season, unfortunately. Now, we could argue that if he played, do they have that 3 next to the 21 wins, or are they 24-0? We could have that discussion. Maybe, maybe not. But right now, and I said this weeks ago, I said this at the start of the offseason, I'm working with the assumption that just Jags isn't going to be a part of it until he's just healthy, let alone named a starter. I'm not going to get into that now, but that we have the same order. From Son of Donald, the fan response to Chris Ash would be the biggest positive turnaround of feelings on a coach you've seen while covering the team if the Irish defense finished top 3 in turnovers, scoring, and rushing defense, and cost the Irish no games.
I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, I think yes, I buy this with one exception. If the Notre Dame offensive line wins the Joe Moore Award, then I think you would see Joe Rudolph as the biggest turnaround, even if the defense does those things. I feel like to some degree, if Chris Ash does those things, it'd be, honestly, fair or not, it'd be more of a about time with a lot more people than, or more of a, maybe this is a different one, more of a, well, yeah, that's what he's supposed to do, as opposed to that. Like, I think there's going to be a portion of the fan base, and no matter what he does this year, is not going to forgive him for the first 3 games last year. Right or wrong, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but let's say they go out and win the title and all these things happen. Then you know what some fans are going to say? Well, if you'd have done this freaking last year, we'd be back-to-back champs. Fair or not? I'm not saying that I believe that. I'm just saying that's what some people will say. And you know what, Trev? They're not incredibly off base if we're being honest about it. You know what I mean? But like with Rudolph, it's more of it's about time. If they win the Joe Moore Award, but I think that one would probably create a little bit more buzz. And I also think Joe's a little bit more likable than Chris Ash, which is why I think some people do defend him more than maybe they should, because you listen to interviewed and talk, he seems like a very likable guy. He just hasn't done a great job. So I actually think that is true. I buy this, Son of Donald, unless they win the Joe Moore Award and the offense is elite, because then I think it's actually Joe Rudolph that has the biggest positive turnaround of feelings on a coach, at least for me.
Yeah, that's definitely a big possibility. There's the one that's going to be crazy is the faction of the fan base that like blames Mike Denbrock for stuff. The amount of times that I've seen that on Twitter is a little bit more than I would have anticipated. I mean, the amount of, look what happens when you put the ball into the hands of your playmakers. Like
there's still people in the Notre Dame fan base that don't think Harry Hiestand was a great offensive line coach. So you're going to have some people in this fan base and every fan base that are just going to have dumb takes no matter what.
Yeah.
It's just the reality of it.
Buy one, sell one, hold one. Carr tops his no-look pass in game 1 with something even flashier. Notre Dame's number 3 receiver will not be someone most of the fan base sees coming. Or 3, an angry mob of ESPN boosters will try to steal the title trophy from Notre Dame's campus after they win.
I'm buying that one on principle alone. And I know it'll be too, right? It'll be a balding guy with glasses and giant ears. That's who it'll be too. He'll be leading that mob of angry ESPN boosters. It'll be a guy that has his own radio show in Alabama with giant Dumbo ears and bald head and glasses. That's who will be leading the way, Mr. Paul Feinbaum. So I might buy that one just to be funny. But in all seriousness, I would probably go towards the knowing CJ and his personality. I'll probably lean a little bit towards that one. I feel like with the receiver conversation, Trevor, because we've talked about so many of the different receivers as a fan base, I feel like it'd be hard for us to be surprised. Like if Bubba Frazier's the number 1 receiver with all the hype he's getting on social media right now, because there's a couple of the clips that got put out, and people, certain Notre Dame Twitter accounts will take what we talk about on shows and what other Notre Dame people talk about on shows, and then they'll run to social media and try to create these discussions about it, and for clicks and different things. I feel like there aren't a lot of potential surprises unless it's like, heck, Devin Fitzgerald's right now the last few days getting more love than any Notre Dame receiver. Like, who could it be that would surprise anyone? Dylan Faison. I think that's about the only guy that would maybe surprise people. Logan Saldate, who, by the way, caught a touchdown pass in the Jersey scrimmage.
Because of the portrayal in the conversations on social media, it will surprise people if it's somebody that we've talked about a lot. Like if Micah Gilbert is the number 3 leading receiver on this team, people are like, I did not see that coming. I saw Devin Fitzgerald that one time, that one day, that one video, that one practice, that one morning, had a one-handed catch. And people will just formulate their opinions off of that one clip. That's the crazy thing about it. So by the masses, I think they would be, my argument is I think the fan base would be more surprised if it was not Devin Fitzgerald or guys like that than the inverse. Because it's just that's what is available to them.
That's what they're being fed in social media, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Then buy one, sell one, hold one. Gerby Lambert is a first-team All-American and the top tackle taken in the 2029 draft. Bryce Young has 12 sacks this year, or Drake Bone leads the nation in tackles.
You have it in order, and it's not close. I actually expect Gerby Lambert to be a first-team All-American and the top tackle taken in the 29 draft. That's actually my projection for him. Bryce Young having 12 sacks this year would be a little surprised, but he's more than capable of it. I just kind of said before, I think next year is maybe the year he has that monster breakout, but that wouldn't shock me, especially in a 15-game season. I think there's no chance in heck that Drake Bone leads the nation in tackles, and it has nothing to do with Drake Bone as a player. It has to do with opportunity and the type of defense they play and the fact that Notre Dame's media team rightfully, and this is not a criticism of them, by the way, they rightfully don't give him a tackle anytime he breathes on the pile like some teams do. Trev, there was a team last year, Colorado State's leading tackler, who's a good player, and we've talked about him on this show before because he's transferring somewhere we think he could play. He had 93 assisted tackles last year. Remember the year before when Old Dominion had that was 2 years ago, Old Dominion had a kid with 118 assisted tackles and another one with 97 assisted tackles and another one with 77 assisted tackles. And basically, if they were standing within 5 yards of the pile, they got an assisted tackle. There's teams like that. Notre Dame has always been a little stingy when it comes to assisted tackles. And honestly, rightfully so, but that's going to keep Drake Bowen on top of the fact that he's just not going to play a ton, and this is not a defense geared towards making the linebacker with 100-some tackles. It's just not going to happen. The leader in tackles last year had 151. The second leading in 143. Those are all-time numbers. The previous year, and this is another example. The previous year, the number 1 tackler in the country was a kid from Buffalo with 168 tackles. 86 were assisted. That's more tackles than what Drake Bowen had last year combined. The number 2 linebacker in the country was a kid from freaking Buffalo who had 83 assisted tackles, and he had 156 in the season. Notre Dame will never pad stats like that for a linebacker. And you know what, Trevor? That's okay. I'm not criticizing them for that. They shouldn't do that, because then it's like, dude, I can't even appreciate that. It's disrespectful to Bob Crable's statistics that you've done that. So I just, that'll never happen. And it has nothing to do with Drake as a player. Nothing. So I'll sell that one.
Yeah, that's the proper order. The only pushback I have with the Gerby Lambert one is if he's a first-team All-American in 2026, he is not waiting until the 2029 offensive draft to go out.
Because that would mean he'd have to be here for 3 more years. I think I took that as him meaning 28. That's just kind of in my head, convinced myself of that. But that's a good point, Trevor. So I believe, Trevor, that's the last question we have of the cards. So we did have a couple super chats that I want to get to here. One from Lou Holtz, Thunder and Bolts. He says, buy so hold, Coach Marcus Freeman has exceeded expectations for roster elevation. How is Notre Dame stocking this kind of talent without holes? Somehow keeps improving. Why nuts? Yeah. I will sell that because, with all due respect, like, I'm excited about it, but this is what I have been saying for years Notre Dame should be doing and could be doing with the right coach who was one to recruit. So no, for me, I can only answer this question for myself. This is what I thought they should have been doing at Notre Dame for years. That doesn't take credit away from Marcus Freeman doing it, because it's not easy to do, and he deserves all the credit for doing it and not buying the BS and the spin and the stuff about how you can't do it. I love that about him, but it hasn't exceeded roster expectations for roster elevation. It has met them, but my expectations were extremely high. So I'll sell that, but it doesn't take any credit away from Marcus Freeman. It simply speaks to what was my standard. And he has met my standard, which is a very high standard when it comes to that. And that's why you hang on to him at all costs if you're Pete Bavacqua.
Yep. Agreed completely. Then Lou Holtz, Thunder and Bolts. Again, appreciate you. My 9-year-old son is starting to follow Notre Dame. Cerebral kid with no interest in playing, but starting to geek out on the X's and O's. Interested in coaching? Any ideas?
Keep studying the game. Keep watching the game. Keep learning the game. Keep talking the game. Charlie Weiss, I don't believe, played high school football. And he became a head football coach at the University of Notre Dame. You don't have to necessarily play football to know it. Some kids just physically can't play it, but they have the mind for it. And then what I would say is, when he gets into high school, if he's got friends on the football team, go meet with the high school coaches and be like, look, my son isn't physically a football player, but he loves the game and would love to help out, and just volunteer, be around the team, in whatever way, and just learn and be a sponge. And then when he gets to college, have him be a student assistant. I would have loved, I had student assistants when I was in college that they helped more out with, like, here's, go get the ball, go get the bags. But like, you go to like certain FCS schools, D3 schools, whatever the case may be, even a place like Notre Dame though, but like, you say, hey, look, I want to be around that. I know the game. I just want to learn. I want to be part, and then do that. Charlie Weiss, I don't think Charlie Weiss Jr., he didn't play high school football, did he? Definitely didn't play college football. And he's one of the highest paid offensive coordinators in the game. It's rare, but it's possible. But the biggest advice is just be around it. Be around it.
That where I really started to elevate, and kind of, especially like my X's and O's, was diversifying and immersing myself in football. Like, for the longest time, it's just the way that Notre Dame did it was the way that I thought that it should have been done. And there's a bunch of different ways to play football. And so just learn every aspect of the game, learn the different facets of games, learn what goes into, why coaches make some of the decisions that they do with their roster, with a play call, get real good situationally if he's interested in getting into coaching. Understand the whys behind a lot of stuff. Seek to understand. That's the biggest thing. That's what helped me grow a lot.
Yep. And then final super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop.
Do you think Notre Dame should revisit Ellis at linebacker? I saw your defensive must-get video, and it seems linebacker is questionable. Also, do you buy that Notre Dame will have 15 commits by July? Have a good weekend, IB, and chat.
First one, do I believe that they should revisit Taven Ellis at linebacker? No, I'll sell that one because I don't know that he's going to be a linebacker at the next level. I think he kind of grows into an edge. And so that's like Sean Fox, the kid from Indianapolis, is also 6'5", but I think he can play linebacker. I've always felt Taven Ellis might be a guy that transitions to edge. Do I buy that Notre Dame will have 15 commits by July? Absolutely, I buy that 100%. Believe that will be the case. So have a great week, IB, and chat. Yes, you too, buddy. I appreciate you very, very much. And Trev, without further ado, we are now done with the last buy, sell, hold. We had to go long. We had to get them all in because this is going to be the last buy, sell, hold for a couple weeks. So you guys did great. You guys brought it again. Another great show. Thanks to y'all.
Folks, hop on over to IB Nation Sports Beat. They are currently live going over some of Marcus Freeman's comments from the Jersey scrimmage that happened this past weekend. On your way out of this show, be sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. Be sure to share this podcast with your friends, family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. But as always, the best way to support what we do here and the best way to stay in tune is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Brian and I are going to be back tomorrow with some more great off-season content. But until then, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.